No comments?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Perfect. That'll work. That's our official process.
Okay.
Stack it on top.
You're in. Got it.
Then after that. Right now. Thank you. General public comment. I think Mario ran to the restroom, so I'll make sure he gets it. Oh, okay. No, no, no. Thank you. Yeah, why not? It's a place to be on a Thursday. Don't pay attention to other folks that are watching football. This is where you want to be. I can't complain. Did I tell you last time we're having a third one? Yeah, so. Boy. I got the two little girls and then the boy coming in February. I've been stacking them in order. So this was first, second, third, fourth.
You're a great assistant.
I tried. Team effort. How about yours? Chemistry? Good. Has your life changed now that you have billboards with your face on it around town? Yeah. Of course. You'll come over on this side, please, and then you'll take one of these sheets. It's just the same information, but you can just fold it over because you're only good, unless you want to do two, just one. And then it'll just ask for basic information about your full name and the item you'd like to speak on. If you want to speak just generally, just circle general public comment over to the right, and that's sufficient. Okay, perfect. You all right? Oh, okay. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you. This is the order they gave me.
Thank you.
Oh, my.
Somebody on the other side of the room with a really strong perfume. I mean, you could smell it. She has it's really strong.
Is that bad?
Well, she has a very sensitive reaction. I mean, if you go over there, you can smell it. But she has a very sensitive
Wow.
very sensitive. That's why she don't play when it comes to.
I mean, I always wear some, but I don't go crazy.
Yeah, no, that's why. Like, I can't. Usually, you just. Hi there. Yes, did you do it on the public comment form or via email? Okay, so the Google form, they were shared with the board, yes, but if you want to give another one, yeah, you can do it again. Yes. Thank you. They are running a little bit behind, but they should be done soon, and then they'll just, the SRO public comment will be action, or yeah, P1, so once they do action item P1, then they'll open up to public comment. Thank you.
very similarly. So public comment related to the SRO thing won't be called until that item's up.
So your number
I think it's 9. Sorry,
P1,
Yeah.
but you're number 3 in my order of public comment.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say
I'm okay if you put me to last even.
we follow properly.
Yeah, I don't like
I mean, I
last.
can't.
Because I am still kind of unclear if they wanted me here to pull me up to speed, so I just wanted to make sure I was at least had it covered. So,
I mean, I can put you up.
awesome, thank you.
She said no.
Oh, no.
I asked her if she wanted to judges.
And the board is reconvening from closed session, and we apologize for the time. So before we move forward, I would like to read our Indigenous land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land currently occupied by Washington Unified School District as the traditional home of the Patwin people. These sovereign people have been caretakers of the area since time immemorial. Despite centuries of genocide and occupation, the Patwin people continue as vibrant and resilient federally recognized and unrecognized tribes, bands, and rancherias. Today, we honor and recognize our Patwin tribal neighbors for their contributions as the caretakers of the Sacramento Valley and honor their sustained existence. With their blessings and continued guidance, Washington Unified School District seeks to provide an accessible, equitable, and supportive institution of learning and experience. All right, and as we would like to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I was told Chief Strange was here, but I guess he's not at the moment.
Where did he go?
Not sure, but Miss Nicole, will you please lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. And now, announcements of actions that was taken in closed session regarding Government Code 54956.9D2, pending or potential litigation, information received. Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and management. Information received. And Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Superintendent Draft Goals for 2024-2025. Information received. And now I have, are there any, or approval of the agenda, are there any changes to the agenda before it is approved?
Can I make a request?
You may.
We received a note from our labor partners to request P1 as a removal. There were concerning things regarding process orientations and not actually going through our budgeting process that we had agreed upon in August that were actually very alarming and concerning. There was a formal request made to the entire board and the superintendent, and I would like to honor that request. In many ways, it's very premature since there have been agreements of directing staff to address budget shortfalls, right? Whether or not that be 5 million or a little bit less, quite frankly, we're still facing a budget shortfall and requiring us to go through a process. And even at that meeting, there was an agreement to work closely with our labor partners to really understand what it was. And so P1, in part, has an action item that sets aside money that I think is inappropriate at this time until we have full discussions with our labor partners. The intent is not what I'm, in P1, we're not talking about the intent to work together. That's separate and apart from the item itself, which is actually unclearly written for me as well as what we're actually doing. So we'll discuss that if it comes back. However, honoring the request of one of our labor partners, I'd like to pull it.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion to table that request.
Okay. This is my first time doing this, so Dr. H, when we have a motion and another motion, is that like a positive or negative times a negative?
My understanding is that there's a motion and then that motion is voted on and then there could be another motion if that one does not move forward. That's my understanding.
Okay.
I mean, if the motion fails, it has to have a second. So if it doesn't have a second, it either doesn't have a second. I made the first motion.
Okay. So is there a second? So then we don't need a motion to table?
Nope.
Okay, just checking. Thank you. All right.
I
Thank you very
would
much.
like to make a motion or move agenda item number 2 to above number 1, or action item number 2 to above action item number 1.
Action item number 2, P2,
Correct.
to become P1.
Correct.
And what is the reason?
Because it is talking about money, and it's talking about unaudited actuals, and what's been discussed in previous board meetings is what the potential fiscal deficit is versus what is now with an approval of this action item, what the actual deficit would potentially be. So I'd like to discuss that.
We have a motion to move P2. Is there a second?
Are you making a motion?
Yeah, just to move the action item up.
Up
That's
one,
the first
just.
Up one. yeah.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to move P2 to P1, moving P1 down to P2.
Correct.
Okay. We can vote on that now? I'm over here kind of forgetting my pieces. Okay. I guess all in favor for moving P2 to above P1?
Aye.
Okay, I'll say aye. Alrighty. Any other changes to the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda?
Okay, we have a
Second.
motion to approve the agenda, and we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
I too say aye. Okay. And now, we do not have any communications or celebrations, although there should be something. And all right, for our association reports, go ahead with our first WSTA. And President Knapp.
Way short for you, Doug.
Make you wait. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, President Kirby, not President Kirby Gonzalez, President Coffey, Vice President Pizzotti, Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, and trustees. It's good to see you tonight. Good. Hello, Cabinet. The very first thing I want to celebrate is the momentum that I've seen from community schools in organizing and making sure that community voice is a part of the structure is really exciting. Our delegate, Dr. Amber Bradley, shared with me the plan, and it looks really good. I want to make sure that just because we have this plan doesn't mean that we rest on our laurels and we don't do the hard work of getting parents there. I've heard a few defeatist comments lately from folks that are just saying, we're just not going to get parents there. We're not going to get parents there, then we don't have any business dealing in community schools. None. Our parents need to be involved because they need to tell us how we can help their students achieve success. And we have shown decade after decade that we don't know how to do it. So if it's WUSD determining how to do that for those schools on their own, then it's not a community school. It's an administrator and a few people selecting items from a budget and choosing for the community, and it's just what we've had all along with just a little extra money to waste. So make sure that we're doing our due diligence to get parents involved. I want to celebrate HR, ed services, and business services because it's been a big breath of fresh air this year to have such a responsive group of people. When I send an email about a concern or an item that is happening, I'm responded to almost immediately and almost invariably every time the issue is resolved one way or another. And that is super refreshing, and I just want to give credit where credit is due. Doesn't mean I like you guys on the other side, but I will. Actually, I do. Okay. We are still talking about the same thing. I want to talk about class size a little bit. I've said this over and over and over again for, 4 years now. We moved from the old paradigm where we overflowed students from a school that was impacted to a nearby school so that class sizes could be balanced and students could have equity for success. We used to do that. Now we just take all of the kids that are in that area, and it doesn't matter how many there are because we're too cowardly to redraw the maps, and we put them in the school that's closest to them, and we let the teachers and the students deal with the impact of that. It's a simple solution. We have several schools that are less than a mile apart, and what we do is we enroll until we hit our class size average, and then we overflow to a nearby school and put them on a waiting list so that they can come back. This helps the district kind of mitigate the issues we're going to have until we can redraw the maps. And I don't think it's right to redraw the maps right now with all the building that's going on. We're going to have to do it in the future. So it kind of buys us a little bit of time, but it creates equitable environments for our students in the classroom so that they have access to education to the same student-to-teacher ratio that they're having across the way. There is no reason for a fourth grade classroom to have 24 kids and then a mile and a half away there's a fourth grade classroom with 33. Shouldn't happen. We're smarter than that. So I'm hoping next year finally we will be listened to and we will do the smart thing and go back to an overflow model. All right, you guys know. I'm going to talk about SROs tonight. And my issue here, again, everybody on the board, because I've been very clear with where I stand on SROs, my personal thing is that there is a place for us to have a discussion with how to engage with law enforcement at our schools, and I think we can build something new and wonderful. But again, there is no reason to rush to fail. I'm going to repeat that. There is no reason to rush to fail. And as a representative of teachers, I can tell you so many programs over the last 10 years that we've implemented have been implemented poorly, and then we lose the buy-in from our teachers and students. Let's not do this with something as critical as safety. If we're going to do it, let's do it right.
I want to talk a little bit about some members of our board who have complained and whined about the fact that we've had 2x2s, so therefore we've engaged with the community. 2x2s is as far from engaging with the community, Kobe, as you can get. 2x2s is a bunch of bureaucrats sitting in a room talking to themselves about their own perceptions of what something means. Engaging with the communities means going to those school sites, asking people to come in and share their opinion about this critical issue, because guess what? Not everybody views this issue the same way we do. And people have had experiences that cause them to view it drastically differently. Tonight, we're talking about a budget item. We're talking about setting money aside for something that we haven't talked to the community about and that there's strong opinions on. And I think it is fiscally irresponsible and socially irresponsible to put that out there without engaging with our community. And by God, the very first thing that I said when community schools was rolling out is we're not doing the job of engaging with our community. And here we go again. Now, you see me irate right now, and that's because it didn't have to be this way. What's the timeline? What's the rush? If you came to us tonight with a letter of commitment that says we're going to work together with West Sac PD to figure out how law enforcement can work within our school district and possibly pursue working with law enforcement, I would be all on board with that, and WSTA would be all on board with that. But again, that would be with the understanding that we were going to engage with our community and find out their perceptions. We have a BAC, which is a budget accountability committee that's about to happen. It has not happened. We have not engaged. We're going to, I don't care how much money it is, we're going to set aside money from our budget before we've talked to our labor partners and our community. Before we've, you know what? Forget about your budget accountability committee. I don't want to be a part of it if you're spending money before we're talking. It's ridiculous. Another thing is that if I find out, like, listen, we're going to be good. Like, I have good relationships with everybody on the board. But if I find out in 2 months that one employee is riffed after you pass that, our relationship is no longer good. Because it means you traded an employee for a pipe dream. Because we don't know what it is yet. And it pisses me off. Another thing that'll make me very angry if you pass this tonight is if you pass this and there is not active engagement with our community to find out how they feel. If we're not talking to the kids who are afraid of this prospect and finding out how to make it accessible to them, damage to the relationship. I implore you tonight not to pass this action item. It is a blank check. I had someone tell me today, oh, no, it's not, because, listen, we don't have to do it. We're just setting the money aside. It's showing a commitment to the police department. Well, guess what? Once that money's set aside, there's no accountability. We're just trusting you or whoever gets elected to do the right thing. But you can go ahead and spend the money because you set it aside before the BAC. Irresponsible, unethical, and to be quite frank, not a part of this communicative process that we've been talking about. I'm extremely disappointed with our partners up there because before the last board meeting, nobody reached out to labor to talk that this was going to happen. And that's why I was angry. That's why, oh, no, don't give me that look, Kobe. You told me that it is a priority of yours as an individual human being, Kobe Pizzotti's priority to pass this initiative before you left office. If this is a stroke for your ego, congratulations. But this isn't about Kobe Pizzotti. Yes, you talked to me beforehand, but you didn't tell me you were going to do an action item that had budget money associated with it. You did not. That is a lie. I'm calling you a liar right now to your face. You did not. And I tell you, there's a lot of people in this room who trust my word because I don't lie. I'm disappointed that our relationship has come to this because I didn't think it would. You just called me a liar. You did not talk to me about budget. I'm going to move on because I don't want to say anything else on that issue. Okay. I want to talk about P11 real quick. P11 is an item that is approving another contractor renewal, which we've been talking about contractors for a long time. The impact of this is $110,916 for a virtual speech and language pathologist. Can't we spend this money and find somebody locally? Have you ever tried to teach letters and sounds to a student, let alone speech, virtually through a screen? I did through COVID. It doesn't work. It doesn't, I promise. We're talking about budget impacts, and we're hiring a virtual language and speech pathologist. I'm at a loss with this stuff, guys. That's it for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And now our CSCA report. President Gandara.
Good evening, President Coffey, Superintendent Hildreth, and trustees. I first want to begin tonight by thanking Ms. Stovall, she's not here right now, for updating my labor relations team on the budget update from the Finance Subcommittee that was held on Tuesday, I believe. Our district is now meeting our fiscal obligations for the next 3 years, so we're excited about that. It was also addressed in the meeting that one-time funded positions were being moved around, either other one-time funded positions or to the general fund. I know 2 subcommittee meetings ago, Trustee Gonzalez brought up that when this board approved one-time funded positions, it wasn't with the intent that when those funds expire, they were going to be moved around. So that's why I'm going to bring up September 28th. If I'm not mistaken, ESSER 3 funds run out September 28th. And all those positions are being moved around to other either one-time funded positions or to the general fund. I'm not understanding why back in April, CSCA, WSTA, and Business Services had a meeting at Clarendon to talk about these positions and just the budget overall. I want to know why at that time, these positions that are set to expire, the funding on September 28th were not brought to the board in April and May and June for direction on how the board would like to proceed. Do we keep them? Do we move them? What do we do with them? Another thing that came up in our meeting was, now that we are meeting our fiscal obligation, do we really even need these, the BAC committee or the site committees? I will second President Knapp on these programs, coaches, all these things. I think we really take a deep dive in that and we look at that. So yeah, I want to just bring up that point. And then subcommittees, you know, I know we get a 24-hour notice usually for subcommittee meetings. I'd like to see that process change, kind of like we have with school board meetings. We know when, right? We know the 26th is another one. I believe October 10th is another one. I'd like a calendar for, and on the website of all the subcommittee meetings and when they are, so people can attend. So it's not being posted at 5 p.m. the day before. Because when we don't have that kind of transparency, it just gives a bad look. It gives, like, again, we're just trying to hurry to a meeting with as least possible people to attend to have questions. I would also like a brief communication like we do after this board meeting tomorrow. we'll get in our email a communication of action items and things that took place tonight. I'd like to see the same thing for subcommittee meetings. That way we can all see what happened. And that's it. Good night.
Thank you. All right. And now we are moving on to our public comments. Before we get started, I have a public comment disclaimer. At our regular board meeting held on February 9th, 2023, the board resolved that written public comments received by 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting will be provided to the board but not read into the record during the meeting. Members of the public may address the board on the topics of our board agenda during every meeting. In addition, during regular meetings, the public may also address any topic within the jurisdiction of the board. Please know the board is listening to your comments, but by law cannot meaningfully respond in this forum to items not on the agenda. The board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it waives the item limit for an item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any topic. The board respects the right of members of the public to speak regarding matters within its jurisdiction. However, please recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own child made during a public board meeting may be a violation of the student's right to privacy, and thus the speaker may be legally liable. If you reference a student's name other than your own student, you may be deemed out of order. And furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. Although the board may not prohibit such comments, board policy allows the public to lodge complaints against district employees, providing more opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. All right. Do we have any public comments?
So we do have 3 general public comment requests. The first one is from Fred Lamora for general public comment.
To the superintendent and the board. My name is Fred Lamora. I am the technical director for the NorCal School of the Arts. And we had the privilege this past summer at 5 of your elementary schools to run full productions of both The Lion King and Finding Nemo, which for many of your students was their first opportunity ever to do a theater production. I don't know what you know about theater. I'm a retired educator, and I was immersed in theater 15 years ago when my daughter decided that softball and soccer weren't her jam, and now she's at the University of Oklahoma as a musical theater major. The greatest thing for students, not only do they learn to sing, dance, and act, they develop self-confidence, they develop a mindset of improvisation, creativity. They learn teamwork. And at the end of most productions, the parents cry a lot. I'd also like to say that through our Impact 100 grant that we received this past year, we worked with over 700 of the district students, both in class and after school, developing skill sets in social emotional learning as well. We just want to, again, thank you for the opportunity to be a partner. And we look forward to many more years of creating wonderful opportunities for students in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next public comment request for general public comment is Maria Garcia.
Gracias. Okay. Hoy, septiembre 12 del 2024, mi hijo me entregó esta botella de agua que agarró de la escuela durante el día. Me pidió revisarla, pues el olor y el sabor no es muy agradable. La llevé a casa y saqué un examen, el cual salió positivo en plomo y bacteria. En 48 horas tendré el resultado de coliform. Mi hijo le comentó a la principal, la cual le respondió, es la misma agua que tomas en tu casa. Y el tema que venía a hablar es acerca de la secretaria bilingüe. El año pasado varias familias recibieron cartas de más de 10 faltas escolares de los niños en la escuela. Las familias entregaban notificaciones en la oficina y llamaban para notificar las ausencias y por alguna razón se perdían las notas del doctor que entregaban en la oficina y las llamadas terminaban con una llamada colgada, ando en contra de la traductora, porque solo trabaja 3 días en la escuela Outreach, que el de Outreach está ocupado haciendo su trabajo con otras familias. Este tema de secretarias bilingües, al igual que el de la comida, ya lo hemos pedido muchas veces en las reuniones de DILAC, ILAC, y las familias que vamos a estas reuniones nos sentimos ignoradas y no escuchadas. La escuela Riverbank es una escuela de recién llegados, newcomers. Revisando la información de educación en English Learners, encontré que el título 6 de los Civil Rights Act, el Equal Education Opportunity Act, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, as amendment by the Every Student Success Act, y las regulaciones y las leyes bajo estos estatutos, nuestras escuelas Riverbank como título 1, parte A, en un programa federal que proporciona servicios y actividades educativos adicionales. Estos apoyos adicionales ayudan a los estudiantes a alcanzar los desafiantes estándares académicos estatales y cerrar la brecha de la oportunidad educativa junto con el título 3, que requiere y recomienda actividades tales como 3 actividades requeridas para el uso del título 3. Proporcionar un programa de instrucción de lenguaje en la educación de alta calidad, brindar desarrollo profesional a maestros, administradores y otro personal escolar que trabajan con el inglés como segunda lengua. Proporcionar o implementar otras actividades estratégicas efectivas que mejoren y complementen los programas de instrucción del lenguaje en la educación que deben incluir a participar de los padres y la familia y la comunidad. Y actividades pueden incluir estrategias que sirvan para coordinar y alinear programas relacionados. También hay una serie de actividades permitidas para el uso de los fondos del título 3 que incluyen, entre otras, proporcionar programas de participación comunitaria, servicios de alfabetización familiar y extensión y capacitación para padres a la educación de aprendices de inglés y sus familias. Muchas gracias. Que tengan un excelente día lleno de bendiciones.
Good evening. I'll translate for Ms. Maria Garcia. She says, today, September 12th, 2024, my son gave me this bottle of water that he had gotten from school during the day, and he asked me to take a look at it. The smell and the taste were not very good. So she took it home and she did a home test that determined it to be positive for bacteria, and in 48 hours, she will have results of further testing. Her son also commented that this is the water. So when I guess her son expressed his concerns to the principal, and she said that this is the same water that goes to the houses in the nearby neighborhood. Her main reason for being here tonight is to talk to you about a bilingual secretary, the need for a bilingual secretary at Riverbank Elementary. In years past, families have received their letters telling them their child has 10 or more absences. And families have turned in notices to the office saying that they've had doctor's appointments, and somehow these notices get lost. Also, there are complaints that bilingual parents call the office of the school and are hung up on because there's a communication barrier. They have a translator on site at Riverbank who only works there 3 days each week, and the outreach specialist always seems to be busy helping other families. So this topic, just like the food, just like the water, has been brought up multiple times. Also, she wanted to talk to you about some of the laws that she's been reading up on. Title VI, the Civil Rights Act, Equal Education Opportunity Act. Thank you for bringing this. Elementary and Secondary Education, as amended by Every Student Succeeds Act, and the regulations and laws under these statutes. So as Riverbank is a Title I school, Part A of that dedicates it as a federal program that provides services and activities that are additional above and beyond what everyone else gets. So 3 of the primary activities related to Title III are setting aside an instructional program for English language education that is high quality, also giving professional development to teachers and other staff that works with multilingual families, and third, to designate and implement other activities and strategies that support language learners and multilingual families, such as parent engagement, parent and community literacy activities, and strategies that help coordinate and align programs to those goals. Also, some of the other programs that she's advocating for tonight are additional programs for community engagement and family literacy, especially for English learner families. Thank you, and have a beautiful day full of blessings.
Thank you.
Our next public comment request is from Patrice Griffith, and then we have one more after, and that's it.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. So my name is Patrice Griffith, and I am a parent of 3 children, a scout, volunteer, and leader, and volunteer of many events in Washington Unified School District, such as National Night Out, Kwanzaa, Heritage Night, both newly formed last year, and the African American Student Leadership Conference, benefiting all children in WSD, regardless of the school they attend, and that is for kids in grades 7th through 12th grade. I am lucky enough to be involved with a handful of clubs here in the district, and after the beginning of the school year, I really want to thank all the advisors who are also teachers on all campuses for their support. They sacrifice additional time, talent, and treasure as they choose to elevate students outside of the classroom. I really want to thank those K-8 teachers because in the last couple of weeks, a few have stepped up from Bridgeway Island who actually want to form new clubs, 3 new clubs at the elementary school level. And these teachers are choosing to work with the children, in addition to teaching them. I also want to acknowledge a milestone made by River City High School and their first ever girls flag football game and team. Last night, I had the pleasure of attending the game in Woodland, where we actually witnessed our team win their very first game of the season. I don't know if people in this room know, but this literally would not have happened if Coach Franny and Coach Shane had not taken the role as coaches. They were not able to find anyone to step into this role, and when they realized that, they didn't know what they were going to do, and Franny and Shane stepped up. I am very grateful as having a child on that team, but there are 21 girls, and I think they had about 60 try out for the first year. So I just want to acknowledge them because it wouldn't have happened for a second year in a row. And in closing, I want to thank all the schools in the district. As a Scout leader, I actually have the pleasure of opening up the Scout program across Washington Unified, and I am in the midst of visiting every school to let the kids know about the program. And we had 17 families from Elkhorn last week, and we had about 12 from Southport. So we currently in West Sacramento have over 70 scouts right now, and it's a phenomenal program, and all the kids are very, very proud of the schools that they come to and thoroughly enjoy the community service that we bring to the district. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our last general public comment request is from Dr. Amber Bradley.
Good evening, Dr. Hildreth and the board. I'm Amber Bradley. I'm a teacher at River City. At the last meeting, there was a rushed attempt to turn an informational item into an action item. You have members on this board who see it as their own personal legacy to bring back SROs onto our school campuses. On May 6th, I attended the 2x2 meeting with Superintendent Hildreth, Assistant Superintendent Burns, Mayor Guerrero, the West Sac Chief of Police, and school board members Pizzati and Kirby Gonzalez. In this meeting, the determined amount to hire an SRO for WSD was $400,000, split evenly between the city and the school district. Last meeting, Dr. Burns presented a dollar amount for SROs from 2020. These numbers do not reflect the true cost and were dishonest in their representation to the public. Those of us in the 2x2 meeting knew this information, but the public was no longer able to discuss the matter in public comments, leaving the correction to be made by Mr. Pizzati and Ms. Kirby Gonzalez. I'm disappointed in your lack of honesty and transparency regarding this massive budget error. During this meeting, Representative Pizzotti also promoted a ballot measure and connected it to your budget proposal. This is both unethical and illegal. In the 2x2 meeting, Mayor Guerrero and the Chief of Police were both concerned about the police not having enough officers currently. This addition would require them to hire a new officer, which they have struggled to do, but somehow we believe we will be able to fill this position for our district. We are all aware of the state's current budget crisis. This will impact WSD to the tune of approximately $5 million. In a time where you were discussing the impact of that loss of funding, which could lead to staff cuts, you are willing to spend an additional $200,000 on an SRO before you even reached out to your labor partners, parents, and students in the community of which you serve. This is not good public policy and is a bad budget strategy. As we know, SROs do not stop school shootings. There was an SRO at the schools that had shootings last week. School shooters often have suicidal tendencies, and they specifically target schools with SROs to cause the most damage possible, but also to succeed in achieving suicide by police. I'd like to ask you all to reflect on what services you are actually looking for. SROs should not be a replacement for the support services students need. Again, I will say this to you, the safest communities are the communities with the most resources, not the most cops. We need more counselors, more social workers, more mental health for our students. We need to focus on prevention and helping children during times of crisis. Our social workers currently have over 75 students on their caseloads. We could hire more counselors or more social workers with the amount you are discussing spending on an armed officer to patrol the entire district. Increasing SROs does not improve school safety and instead increases the criminalization of school discipline. This will disproportionately impact students of color and students with disability. I am asking the board not to approve this action item. Please work with your community, collaborate with your labor partners, garner actual input from all of the schools in the district, not just the privileged few, and
Thank you.
refrain from making this fiscally and morally irresponsible decision. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and now we will move on to our information and discussion items. Washington Unified School District 2024 Summer Programs Update with Ms. Stephanie Grote.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent, cabinet, staff, and community. We are excited to stand before you with a celebratory item to really highlight the benefits of our extensive summer offerings this past summer and give you the student perspective, a little bit from the kids who had the opportunity to participate in various programs. So Stephanie and I will just kind of tag team and take any questions you may have at the end. So again, we really want to show appreciation for our staff during this presentation, talk a little bit about each program, and then end with the video of our kids. And so, as usual, really wanting to show that our investments and our hours of effort are really rooted in what we've outlined in the strategic plan as our priorities. In particular, our goals for student success, so providing healthy, safe, challenging, and supportive environments for all of our students, really trying to increase opportunities for them, enriching academic experiences, and just overall academic achievement in general. And it's not checked, but I also see our summer programs as a way to eliminate some of the disproportionalities that we see in our student achievement data. To connect it to our pillars, Pillar A, action number 2 is our attempt to ensure that we are implementing with fidelity culturally responsive, standards-aligned, personalized instruction for every student through support, acceleration, enrichment strategies, in order for our kids to meet their academic and social emotional learning needs. And how we did that this summer is we can kind of look at 3 of our strategies. 1, timely personalized interventions. Our vibrant community partnerships really allowed us to provide a variety of experiences for kids, as well as just an overall inclusive learning environment.
So it's funny kind of standing here in September because we actually began planning for this last summer in February of last year. So truly through the hard work of so many people, and we're going to talk a little bit about how everyone came together, starting back in February where we would meet. Myself, I helped facilitate those meetings. It included our certificated staff, some certificated staff members classified from every department, HR, business services, ed services, everyone truly coming together to ensure that our summer programs, it's interesting looking at the slide where we had our English Learner and Dual Immersion Institute at Elkhorn, our extended school year both at Elkhorn and River City High School. We had our new program, our Freedom Schools, and then Native Ed at Riverbank. We had our extended learning opportunity programs at Bridgeway Island, Elkhorn, Riverbank, Southport, and Stonegate, our Camp Yampa at the Bright Campus, and our high school programs that were a little bit different at each of the sites through River City High School, Washington Middle College, and YOLO. And YOLO was actually at the Bright Campus. So through all of that pre-planning, it really helped to ensure that people were all on the same page and we could offer a wide range of programs to our students and families.
And so just to show some numbers, our summer efforts required the commitment of over 113 certificated staff and 129 classified staff. And as you can see on the slide, ranging from cafeteria assistants, van drivers, our custodial support staff, teachers, our instructional coaches, and other administrators as well. So just really wanted to show that we couldn't do what we're getting ready to show you was done without our people.
Okay, let's look at some of the programs that we offered. We had returning this year our English Learner and Dual Immersion Institute that was held at Elkhorn. Director Tran helped to lead that. Really looking at, we had a total of 187 English learners attend. That's 19% of our total English learners from kindergarten through 8th grade who attended. And our dual immersion part of that summer program, we had 82 students, and that's 22% of the student population. The programs included a co-teach model with our extended school year, as well as support for our newcomers. Truly a testament to the teachers and staff wanting to come back. We had 20 teachers from 8 of our schools who came together to support our English learner students, and then also our dual immersion students. Of course, there was a theme. The theme was penguins, and truly the bright spots were working together with a daily collaboration. There were interns that helped support, as well as the Penguin Fun Day, which is always fun. And I would like to remind everyone, this summer we had record heat, and so the penguin theme was nice because we were able to cool off as well with some ice activity. Also at Elkhorn, we had our extended school year program. ESY is a special education service that helps students so that they don't regress over our breaks. There were a total of 211 students who participated from preschool to age 22. There were actually 17 teachers who supported this program, including 2 within the co-teach. And then we had 34 para-educators. So truly, when we talk about supporting students, it's based upon a student's IEP, so making sure that we meet the needs throughout the summer as well. They as well had the theme of penguins, and there were supports across the classes that included UDL supports, accommodations, and modifications. And Priscilla within the special education department, as well as Carla Salvo, helped support that program this summer, along with the staff that was hired.
And the next 2 programs were programs that were less about intervention and more about academic enrichment. So first, our Native Education program, which was a 10-day program that 14 students in grades K through 12 participated in. One of the program's highlights is its emphasis on cultural identity and awareness. Students were learning about and being shown how to be good, responsible stewards of the planet. They learned about creation stories, they wrote their own creation stories through writing lessons as well as art lessons. And I think we can go to the next slide. So our next academic enrichment program, which was first for us, our first time offering it, was the Freedom Schools. And this was really the brainchild of a partnership between WUSD and YCOE. The program was open to students in all of the districts in the county. We ended up with the majority of the spots being filled with our own students. We had kids from we had about 5 kids from other districts join us on a daily basis. The program, although, yes, it emphasized and used lots of cheers and chants, it really was about increasing critical thinking skills through literature that represents students from a variety of backgrounds and languages. And it also emphasizes social action in students and really trying to foster I can make a difference attitude in students. And so we got wonderful feedback and looking forward to the possibility of offering it in future summers. Next slide, Mario.
Our Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. This is our largest program, serves a wide variety of students, a total actually of 1,044 students. You can see the breakdown, excuse me, of the attendance of enrollment, but students from all sites participated, including from WUVA. So all of our elementary K-8 sites, students were able to attend the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. And of those students, 193 students attended 85% or more of the program. So when you think about how long the summer is, those are students who truly are committed to coming the entire time during the summer. The theme was Olympics, where sites got to create their own country and learn about the country. So it brought in that aspect of it. That truly had some enrichment providers. You can see dance, STEAM, theater, fencing, gymnastics, the Ninja Warrior, which we heard about previously, Spanish lessons, and it truly is a collaboration with across the county, where we're looking at the Yolo County Library, the Three Sisters Garden. We had heard from the NorCal School of Arts as well with the Lion King and Nemo. And this truly with, I know Rahale Atabaki started, we have Ryan Carroll here, and then of course Martina Guerra too, who helped to put this all together for our students through this enrichment over the program. They also offer extended support and collaboration with our other programs, such as the EL and DI Institute and Extended School Year, as those programs only run for a portion of the morning. Students, as well as through Freedom Schools and the Native Ed, can then attend the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program afterwards, so it is a full day of program. Sorry. So sorry. We're still going. There were so many. We're still going. So with our Camp Yampa, which I like to remind people is actually an acronym, we did have our Yampers, who are our middle school students who did attend with the theme of Carve Your Path, Sculpt Your Future. Chris Hanks from the high school truly puts this one on and puts his heart and soul into it. Boram Chim was the administrator who helped support this program. It was at the Bright campus, and they had an ending performance as well as a showcase where you could walk around and see all of the great art video screenings that Washington Middle College is a little bit different in how they offer their summer extended learning opportunity program. They had 60 students who attended. All were Washington Middle College students. And because of when their calendar was, they actually started immediately following their last day. They had 72 A through G course semesters recovered with the total credits completed of 365. So truly through the Principal Lane, as well as working with the teachers during that time, they were able to recover courses as well as to complete the credits necessary for A through G. This year, our Yolo High School students, for their credit recovery, attended school at the Bright campus. You can see there were 20 students who were enrolled in the credit recovery. The number of courses that were completed were 31 courses during this summertime, for a total number of 155 credits completed. This was an in-person credit recovery model.
And last but not least, our comprehensive high school, River City, provided multiple summer programs for our 9th through 12th graders, serving about 500 students, almost 300 of which were in person. We had students who also participated virtually. We had 60 kids who participated in a summer bridge program, preparing them for what's to come in high school. And we had some of our newcomer students who received ESL support over the summer. And I believe that is it. Before we conclude, though, we would like to show you a very brief video. And before you press play, Mario, this video is the compilation of lots of people's hard work and coordination, working with the students, filming. So thank you to Stephanie, Stacy, Lauren, and of course, Yorgos. I think it came out really well. We hope you enjoy it.
Isabel, Mia. I made a whole lot of friends. One of my friends came to my birthday party.
Oh, Penelope. You really soak in and learn the things that they tell you.
My Harambe is very, very lit. It's heck of fun to do. We would sing songs there's this one song called Good Morning. G-O-O-D-M-R-I-N-I-N-G, good morning. Good morning.
Before I went to summer school, I did not like math. It was really hard for me. And then once I went to summer school, it was really fun and I understood it way better. I think Yampa is helping me with how to become a better performer and just more charismatic in general. It's also helping me make a bunch of friends, which is pretty cool.
I learned more words in Spanish and writing in English. Yeah, this summer I learned how to never give up, be brave. It taught us a lot.
Lucy, and that's it.
G-O-O-D-J-O-B, good job, good job. Thank you. And again, we have to give thanks to all of our staff who gave up a portion of their summer to provide these programs to our students, and a special thanks to Stephanie Grote, who really was the glue between each department to make sure all of our I's were dotted, T's crossed, transportation, food, you name it. So thank you to the team.
And on our information, are there any public comments?
No public comments?
Are there any comments from the board?
Yes, thank you. It's amazing what you pull together every single year. I know we might not be able to afford it in future years, so just because conversations we're going to have, but hopefully to some degree, we do keep pieces of it, like DLL. I see that. Looking at you, Stacy. But really, it's just, I've heard so many good things from parents. I mean, pickups, not always perfect, runs out perfect, but for the most part. The arts programs, the Camp Yampa that I always say amazingly developed by our students during COVID as part of the home run program, like amazing, like always just really proud of those programs. And just grateful for the hundreds of staff who, oh, if they had a real time off during the summer, they just ran straight into the program, and just because they love our kids, right? And the joy when I visited programs and others who visited the programs, just absolutely amazing and tremendous, and kudos to y'all, and to the degree as we're looking at, kind of budget challenges that we'll look deeply as to how what core programs we can keep for our babies. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I wear many hats. My favorite is carpool mom, especially when I can do it, because it doesn't always happen, right? We're pretty busy. Can do it today. But in the summer I get to, and I get to pick up the kids from Camp Yampa, and I get to go. I've been to every program this summer except for our Native Ed. I missed it this year, so that's on my list for next year. And it's so authentic and it's so real, and our kids are so excited. And it's when I hear more about school than any other time. The kids are so excited. And as an educator, you really learn a lot of fantastic strategies that are happening. Freedom Schools is a perfect example of that. And so I'm so grateful, because it really did mean that people did not have their full summer. And I just really, really want to acknowledge that what it means for our kids. We do need you, though, to take more breaks and to give yourself time, because you're doing such important work, and it's so critical. But every single one of those programs, it's real. And when I walk in the door and I say to educators and others, thank you so much for doing this and giving your time, they say to me, this fills my bucket and this is where I want to be. I mean, I don't know how it can be any better than that. And so I'm constantly asking other districts to come and to see our programming, because it is the best. It's the best in the region. It's probably the best in the country. But it is absolutely the best. And we are so gifted, because the reason it's the best is because of our staff. And so thank you all for giving your time, because we really lead the way in that. And I know Rahale was a big part of this, and I'm glad that she'll be doing this work in Sacramento County. But of course, we honor her with all of this as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I was able to go through the expanded school year portion of it. I didn't get to see Camp Yampa. My bad. I wish I could have made that. And it was pretty amazing to see from every grade level up, and how things were just, some of the kids were just kind of really flourishing. You could see them from their progression, especially some of the ESL students were really trying to develop their language skills. And one of the questions I did have, though, was in terms of the IEP students, is it for only students with IEPs, or 504s possible as well, or is it just
ESY?
ESY?
ESY. Students participate in ESY if that is a requirement written into their individualized education plan.
So only IEP, not
Yes.
504?
No.
Okay. That's what I want to make sure, because I didn't ask that question when I was going on my tour, so I wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, I just love all the things that you guys are doing. It really is a blessing, and I say that because I know a lot of the kids will talk to me later and be like, I got to do this, I got to do that. I have some kids who picked up fencing the summer prior and actually took some on their own this year because of the interest that they saw or had. So kudos to you guys. Job well done. So yeah, that's all I got. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we are moving on to the consent agenda. Do we have any public comments?
No public comments on the consent agenda?
All right.
Can I request P11 be pulled?
P11.
That's the speech, the video speech. Oh, I'm sorry, is that, or is it?
That's an action.
Oh, never mind. I lied. Never mind.
I was like, oh, so,
Never mind.
so scratch that?
Scratch that.
Okay, because we will talk about it. Okay, so nothing, no other, all right, so do I have any motions? Motion by trustee Wong, second by Vice President Pizzotti. All in favor?
Aye.
And I too say aye. Okay, and now we are going on to action items. Action item 1, update on the 2023-24 unaudited actuals and learning recovery block grant contribution. Billy.
Hi, good evening. Hi, Dr. Hilton, board. Does this work?
There you go.
Excellent. You're off the hook, Mario.
Thanks.
Okay, so I'm here tonight to bring you an update on the 23-24 unaudited actuals and to ask for some guidance on the Learning Recovery Block Grant. Being related to the district finances, this aligns to all elements of the strategic plan, all goals for student success, all the equity principles, and all 4 pillars. We also cover all 12 strategic priorities. The purpose of this is to provide an update on the unaudited actuals, and I just said to ask for some guidance on the Learning Recovery Block. Starting with the unaudited actuals update, and a couple key terms I wanted to make sure everyone understood. Estimated actuals. So this is a report that we bring to you alongside of the adopted budget in June. It's a projection of where we're going to end the year before we actually end the year. The unaudited actuals is a report that we're going to bring you in 2 weeks, and that's a more final report. It's called unaudited because the auditors haven't audited yet, and that'll happen in a couple of months. And then we have the reserve for economic uncertainty. This is a % of our expenditures. California state law requires a 3% reserve for economic uncertainties. Board policy is additional 3%, so we always target a 6% reserve for economic uncertainties. And this is just money that's set aside for financial emergencies. Okay, the first update I wanted to give you is about our interest income. The district has money in the bank. It's held with Yolo County Treasurer, and like a personal bank account, that money accrues interest. The Yolo County Treasurer monitors it, and then the Yolo County Office of Education will post our interest earnings late to mid-August or early September of every year. Interest rates fluctuate. Pre-COVID, our interest rates that we earn our money on were around 2.2%. During the COVID time, they took a big dip, and we were earning almost 0.5%, sometimes lower. Since then, they've been on the rise. They do fluctuate. Q1 of last year, it took a good dip, almost to 1%. The last 3 quarters of 23-24 have been closer to 4%, high 3.8s. And this is statewide. All the districts in California are experiencing an increase in revenue from interest. We budget our interest income based on historical trends, what we received in the past. It's kind of hard to predict what we're going to get in the future. Last year, 23-24, we expected $150,000 in interest. 2 weeks ago, Yolo County Office of Education posted our final interest for 23-24, and they posted almost $2.2 million. That's $2 million more than we thought we would have. It's pretty good news. A little louder? Okay, sorry. Yes, good news for us. They posted an extra almost $2 million in interest. So what does that mean? Well, in June, when we showed you our reserve for economic uncertainties percents, at our estimated actuals, it's the first row in white there. In the year 26-27, we were looking at any balance percent that was lower than 3%, lower than the state law requires us to have. And 27-28 looked a lot worse. It was a negative 4.17. A couple weeks ago, when we were wrapping up last year and closing the books, we were projecting a 4.87% in 26-27 and a negative 2.39% in 27-28. So we thought everything was great. we're above the California 3%. Expenditures came in lower, so everything's looking good. Yolo County posted the $2 million. We ran the numbers again, and to our surprise, it's 6.43% now in 26-27. We're now meeting the board's requirement in 26-27. 27-28 still in the negative. So we're still moving forward with our budget alignment plan, but now we're able to focus it on COVID-related programs and services. Good news for us. And that brings us to a question we have for the board. When we took our unestimated actuals and adopted budget to you in June, we were planning on using about $2 million of the Learning Recovery Block Grant to cover some special education costs that are allowable by that grant. And that, if we continue on that path, using that $2 million, we'll be at that 6.43% for 26-27. However, we can move those expenditures back into the special ed budget, but that will require a contribution from the unrestricted general fund, which will put us at a 5% reserve percent in 26-27. So we're still meeting the state's legal requirements. We'll still be able to certify our budget as positive as we're meeting our current year and the next 2 years, according to the state, but it would put us below the board's recommended 6%. Correct. So if we take the $2 million out of the Learning Recovery Block Grant, those expenditures will be in our special education budget, and it will require a $2 million contribution from the unrestricted budget to the special education fund, and that'll put us at a 5 in 26-27. So our question is, do we leave the $2 million? Do you want us to pull it back? The Learning Recovery Block Grant does run through 27-28. Anything you want to add?
Thank you. So I think one of the important things that we want to recognize, and Billy shared this, is that with our situation now, which is fantastic, I want to make sure that we do take the time to make sure that we're celebrating this gift that we have. It gets us out of the urgent fiscal crisis that we were seeing last year and even just a few months ago, and provides us the opportunity to really focus our efforts on, focus our efforts on where we go with budget alignment. Even with this interest income, we still need to align our budget. Earlier, there were comments about our COVID monies. And so we need to be able to evaluate that to identify what programs and services we want to continue. Looking at what Billy shared, still in 27-28, we know it's a ways off and a lot will change by then, but based upon what we're seeing right now, we do need to look closely at our budget to make sure that we continue to be fiscally solvent moving forward. So as Billy shared, the key question is, knowing that we are able to meet our financial and our fiscal obligations at the 3% right now, with the money in, with the Learning Recovery Block Grant, either in or without our general fund contribution. We want to know what you would like us to do with those $2 million contribution. Would you like us to keep it in the general fund as a special education contribution? Or would you prefer us to return it back to the restricted funding to continue to support students and continue to support their academic achievement, et cetera? But we'd like to know your direction.
All right, thank you. Are there any public comments?
No public comment?
Comments from the board? Yep.
Trustee Wong and I were on the fiscal committee, our 2x2, not 2x2, just our subcommittee. But we discussed this, and one of the conversations that we had was possibly until money is in hand. This is good news. It's exciting for us. But maybe instead of taking away the 2 million contribution, we say 1 million. We meet in the middle until the money is in hand, meaning that that frees up money for the Learning Recovery Block Grant to do other things that it is really intended to do. And so that will take some of that burden off, but not doing the full 2 million because we wanted to be cautious as we move forward. That was some discussion if you want to add to that.
Yeah, happy to add. It's based off an unaudited, and there are just some questions of going to, Monday was 200,000, today was 150, so that's what I was talking about, of like what we estimate our interest to be. Doesn't matter, it's $50,000 and 2 million, which is tenfold, and we're relying, I'll say this, we rely on the county treasurer, which, by the way, people remember the bond from last year. Not saying anything, I'm just going to say it's out there. And for us to be prudent until there's an audit by the county that this is real dollars, that the right thing to do is to just split in the middle, do like $1 million here and then hold off, because what you don't want to happen is a clawback. If there's based off, you're funding something based off of an unaudited projection that the state doesn't have yet, confirmed. So the prudent thing and fiscally responsible thing to do was to split the baby, that's probably not appropriate. Split the fund for those purposes. But I also want to be clear, like, as you project this, because I think there's a reason that this was moved ahead, is that we still, when you say budget alignment, we are still making reductions. Like, be super clear about that.
And may I clarify one point? In our, I believe it was Monday, Finance Subcommittee, what we shared is our average is 200,000, and in our unaudited actuals, we budgeted 150.
Thank you for the I was like, okay, wait. Thank you for the clarification. That's because it's highly unusual to get tenfold. I went back to my state fiscal person, and this is strange, but and so that's the fiscal committee's recommendation, to split the fund, the general fund, and then learning recovery.
No, I appreciate the fiscal committee's perspective, but I would much rather spend the full 2 million, just as I would want us to eliminate as little fiscal hardships as we possibly can. And I still trust whether rest of the trustees do or not, I still trust our county to provide us accurate information. But I would say that, it's saving us an extra $1 million if we go to the full 2 million rather than splitting it in half. But I would be in support of the full 2 million.
That's not the question. I think there's clarification about what the ask is.
You're saying
it's spent, it's budget. I think there needs to be further clarification, because that's not what the discussion is.
if you go back to the previous slide, right?
We're budgeting
Right.
it.
I understand, but what it says here is with the 6% reserves, in order to meet the full 6% reserves, you're going to have to keep the 2% or the $2 million into the, with the learning, or without the learning, no, with the learning block grant, 2 million, right?
That's correct. If we
Right.
take the $2 million out of the learning recovery block grant, put it in special
Put it in the-
education,
Right.
we would be at a 5% in 26, 27. We would have to leave 1.4 million in order to be at 6%.
Right. And then with the block grant, it's 6.43% is what we would have. Right. That's what I would
Yes, sir.
prefer to do.
I'll clarify once more. So, I'm sorry this is confusing. So if we were to leave the $2 million contribution from the Learning Recovery Block Grant in the budget, as was identified in our estimated actuals, if we leave it in there and budget as we did at estimated actuals, our reserve would be at 6.43%. If we did not contribute, or if we did not use the Learning Recovery Block Grant to offset our special education contribution from our general fund, then our reserve for economic uncertainties would be 5%. So the question is, do you want us to continue to budget as we did at estimated actuals by using $2 million to offset the special education contribution from the general fund? Or would you prefer that the $2 million be returned to the restricted budget and into the Learning Recovery Block Grant?
That's offsetting special education. Right, and so, if that
So
makes
it's
sense.
supplanting it, it's supplanting that money rather than
Correct.
supplementing.
Correct. That's why like, there needs to be super clarity.
But you're doing you're saying 1 million and one half and 1 million and the other, right? I'm saying use the full 2 million.
Yeah, but it's
for the
especially, yeah, there's
supplanting.
special education.
My preference would be used.
Do you have a recommendation, hearing the conversation here, in terms of timeline and what you're thinking with this piece?
It's our recommendation that we continue to use the $2 million to offset the expenses. Billy and I, since Monday, have been really having some deep discussions about our path forward and recognizing that we are above wonderfully the 3% requirement, that urgency is now eliminated to stabilize our budget, to align our budget by first in. And that is a really good place to be in. If we were to not use that contribution, then we still have that, I will say, added pressure to make sure that we meet the board's policy of the 6% reserve. Are there questions and concerns and curiosities about, is this real? I'll admit, yes, trust but verify, and that's what we'll continue to do. But this is what we know right now. And what we know right now is we received $2 million more in interest income, and that's what we're going to book within the budget. Should something change, then we also know we'll still be okay. We'll still be all right. But recognizing that also the Learning Recovery Block Grant, it's meant to support students. It's meant to support learning gaps. And our students who receive special education services, I believe that's part of the charge and part of the intent of the Learning Recovery Block. So it's our recommendation at this time to continue with that contribution. With the full.
Okay. Well, I respect the, hey, play on the safe side because we don't know. But I also see where you're coming from as well. Just to make sure I understand, because we're using the $2 million from the Learning Recovery Block Grant, those are what you were saying are restricted funds that have to go to a specific area. And we are still using those restricted funds for that specific area.
Still for the same intent.
Still for the same, what the grant was made for, we're still putting the money there.
Yes.
And now we have this blessing of 2 mil, and instead of putting in a restricted area because that's where we took it from, so instead of like filling the pot again, we're leaving it in the general fund for it to kind of be fluid of where it could possibly go. Is that what I'm understanding?
Almost.
Okay.
Except for the last part, it won't be fluid. It will specifically go to, well, let me take a few steps back. How about I do
Perfect.
this? So school districts are incredibly underfunded for special education programs. We received the final allocation, I think it was about $1 million. We received $1 million this year to support our students who need special services. And our cost is almost 16 million to serve our students. And so what happens is our special education budgets, that's restricted funding, but that's only $1 million. And we have $16 million worth of expenses to support our students. And so when we don't have enough money, the general fund has to transfer money into the restricted fund to offset that. And so what we are recommending is using our restricted dollars for our learning recovery block grant dollars to supplant, meaning to cover the expense of our special education services and expenses, so that the general fund contribution, the impact on the general fund going to the restricted, is brought down by $2 million. And so that's what helps us to be able to be in a much better fiscal situation, because as a reminder, our general fund has to support everything we do if we don't have enough money. If we don't have enough money, for example, for the money runs out on our COVID-funded services and programs, until we make a decision on that, our general fund supports those programs. So that's why it's important that we're looking at the pressure on the general.
Okay, thank you for that clarification as well. All right. Okay.
Things change, you'll come back to us and ask changes. I mean, as part of the.
Okay.
Do we need a motion? I'll make a motion to
Yeah.
supplant with the 2 million from the learning recovery block.
I'll second.
Okay, did you catch that, Mario? Motion by Vice President Pizzotti. Wait. Motion and moved by, second by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. I'm sorry, it's been a really long day.
It's okay.
And on that, we vote.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh my gosh, what's wrong with me today? Sorry, all in favor? Aye. And I too say aye. Thank you. All right, and now we are on to P2.
P1.
P1.
Well, I know, but
Originally.
I went, okay, but now the new agenda is P1, which is now P2, approval to designate funding for future school resource officer services for Washington Unified School District schools in collaboration with the West Sacramento Police Department. Dr. Jay Burns.
Superintendent Hildreth, Board of Trustees, thank you for having us tonight. So you asked us to come back. So tonight, we're looking for a recommendation to approve to designate funding for future school resource officer services for WSD schools in collaboration with the West Sacramento Police Department. This item is presented for the board's consideration per board directions given following the informational discussion about school resource officers at the August 22nd, 2024 regular board meeting. Approval of this item will designate funding for future school resource officer services in collaboration with the West Sacramento Police Department. This partnership aims to explore additional safety and security needs of WSD schools by cultivating healthy relationships with local law enforcement and creating a safe and empowering environment for every student, staff member, and community member. Key points. The designated funding considerations will not impact current staffing positions. A letter of intent will be drafted to outline WSD and WSPD's commitment to promoting a safe and secure learning environment. The proposed partnership complements WSD's current comprehensive school safety strategies, which include regular training, school safety plans, and community engagement. By approving this funding designation, the board will enable the WSD staff to explore additional safety measures and strengthen its partnership with local law enforcement. Financial impact. Final costs are pending. Initial estimates are between $280,000 to $377,000. That's 100% cost, to clarify, after clarifying with the chief. That's not our 50% contribution, if that. It's 100%. Okay? A funding source is to be determined.
Okay, thank you. Public comments.
Yes, this item has currently 5 public comment requests. The first public comment request is from is it Janet or Jeanette? Jeanette Hunt.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Jeanette Hunt. I am a parent of 2 elementary students in our school district, a 9-year-old and a 10-year-old. And as a mom, my #1 priority is keeping my kids safe. And as leaders who are making life-changing decisions for my family and thousands of families in our community, I believe that the safety of not just our students, but anybody on our school campuses should be your #1 priority as well. Partnering with public safety office officials can only strengthen and enhance the way we keep our campuses safe today. Now, I want to acknowledge that I'm completely aware, and I know you all are too, that this isn't the solution for school safety, right? This is just a piece of the puzzle. Absolutely, we need additional training for staff. Absolutely, we need additional roles on our campuses like counselors or psychologists. Those are other pieces of the puzzle, but this is a critical piece. I want to address a point that has been previously brought up on this topic, and that's the diversity of our district, and how some families and students, how they might feel seeing a uniformed officer on our campuses. Not safe, scared. My husband and I are raising a multiracial family. My kids are Hispanic and African American. That's a very real thing. I don't want to minimize the fact that it is scary. Every day, it's a real life issue. I have to send my Black husband and my Black son out into the real world, knowing that they will be treated differently by law enforcement. However, I want to make the point that I prefer that my 9-year-old son start building positive relationships with law enforcement right now in elementary school, so that he knows he doesn't have to be scared of law enforcement or anybody in uniform. I don't just want that for my kids, but for all the kids in the district. My daughter was a part of the lockdown today at Bridgeway. When I went to first pick up, I saw this suspicious individual walking around the campus, outside of the campus. He didn't look like he was there to pick up children. I didn't do or say anything. 40 minutes later, I had to come back and pick up my daughter from band. As I'm arriving to the campus, I see this individual who is being arrested by West Sac PD. Several minutes later, students started funneling out of the office. It wasn't until that moment when I saw the faces on those kids that I realized this was a very serious situation for those 150 kids or whatever it was that were on campus and staff members today. Tears, sobbing children were coming out of the office today, and it was extremely heartbreaking. My daughter got in the car and said, "Mom, we had to hide in this little room, be quiet. We were scared. People were crying." I think an SRO could have prevented what happened today.
Thank
you.
Our next public comment request is from Alicia Gutierrez.
Good evening, trustees. I'm a parent to 3 WUSD students, including one at River City High School. and here in support of a funding set aside and further exploration of bringing school resource officers back to River City High School. I've listened to arguments citing SROs result in disproportionate impacts to students of color and reinforce the pipeline to prison. We lack access to complete data for WUSD, such as how many students involved in SRO-related disciplinary incidents at RCHS, or River City, were incarcerated at some point in the future, whether SRO-related disciplinary events resulted in suspension, data on the number, frequency, and severity of fights, and the number of WSP or PD calls to the high school. Data presented at the last meeting show a decrease in suspensions. However, with recent changes in the law that limit suspensions to more serious behavior and offenses, data only shows suspension trends. We should only evaluate whether services are working after the law changed. It is also difficult to find empirical data on the activity that is prevented with SRO presence and engagement. The SRO discussion to date is focused on the students more likely to have behavior addressed by an SRO. The majority of students are not likely to have a negative interaction with an SRO, and I agree that there is not one solution to turn around every student, but we are in a better position than ever to support students that would have formerly slipped through the cracks. Bad behavior and illegal activity should be addressed so our student population feels safe at school. SRO presence would likely discourage this bad behavior, and perhaps relationships developed with students could result in more positive outcomes and decision-making on the student's part. There have been several recommendations for comprehensive wraparound services. WUSD's programs and services include dedicated outreach coordinators, community schools, and mental health and counseling services. The SRO is an integral part of the network of services and team dedicated to student engagement, but I agree that we should also strive to increase the counselors available to our large student body at River City, though I also recognize that this would also require additional fiscal resources. A low-risk next step to is to survey parents, students, teachers, faculty, and neighboring business owners. The survey should share context and data, considerations like what is sacrificed to fund SROs, and objectively gauge whether SROs are a useful part of a comprehensive wraparound services available to our students and families. Please support a funding set aside for 1 to 2 SROs at River City so a solution can be explored further with community input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment request is from Tessa Hernandez.
Good evening. I've been a teacher here for 16 years, all at River City High School, and I'm reading a letter on behalf of someone who wants to remain anonymous, who's a teacher in the district. Good evening, members of the school board. I appreciate the dedication of each of you that shows towards safety and the well-being of our students and staff. I would like to express my concern regarding the proposal to approve a school safety officer at this time. While the intention behind this initiative is commendable, I believe it is crucial to thoroughly evaluate its implications before moving forward. Given the challenging financial landscape we are facing, including potential risks to teacher positions, it is vital that we conduct a comprehensive budget analysis and seek input from both the community and our staff. Moreover, the research surrounding the effectiveness of school resource officers is limited. Studies indicate that their presence can lead to a disproportionately high rates of discipline among students of color and with disabilities, which raises significant concerns about equity and inclusivity in our schools. I urge the board to prioritize a more inclusive discussion and careful examination of the potential impacts of this decision. Our primary goal should be to ensure a safe and supportive environment for all students, which can be achieved through collaborative efforts and informed decision-making. Thank you for considering my perspective on this important matter, and I second everything this person has said.
Thank you.
Our next public comment request is from Heather Ball. Thank you.
Guys, here we are again. My name's Heather Baugh, and I'm a parent of 3 students who actually go to school here in West Sacramento. They're also multiracial, and one of them was your Yampa speaker on the video. So I want to thank Kobe and Sarah, my area's members, for keep putting this in front of you. You know, that shows tremendous leadership in light of what you're hearing, and I don't think that they can do it alone. I've been before you many times on this issue, and I plan to persist if you continue to deprioritize the safety of my children. I myself was accidentally in one of the high school's lockdowns, where kids of all colors had panic attacks and cried. This year, we had multiple security communications from both our elementary and our River City High School already. It's been a month. The local businesses are upset with our children, right? They've also sent notices that they can't be at Target. We've had daily fights at the high school that go unabated. I've been dismayed at the rhetoric around the notion that our officers in the past were somehow not part of our community and not trusted. That's unfair to them. They were. I've also been dismayed at the notion that we're going to present false data on suspensions, which we know are down because we're not suspending people for bad behavior, right? That can't be the metric we use to decide that my children and these people's children are safe. Last week in Georgia, 4 people were killed. That could have been a much bigger massacre had the SRO officer not stopped the shooter. Today at Bridgeway, my 7-year-old was locked in the gym while our officers arrested a man who was illegally on the campus and had warrants. I want you to do everything in your power to protect my children and the children of others. It doesn't have to be a perfect solution or the only solution, but it's certainly part of it, right? Whether they can stop all harm is not the point. And they are far better suited to deal with violence and misbehavior than our admin and teachers who are exhausted by this BS. There's no reason they cannot work with social workers, teachers, and staff to provide equitable and caring support for kids who are really struggling, right? To provide this balanced approach. But we are living in a world where there is no accountability. Our students are nihilistic after COVID. They're swimming in toxic masculinity, and they have access to guns. Gangs are flourishing at the high school. It's chaos for half of them, and our test scores and our data does not look good. We need to pursue this and consider it, and that's what you're being asked to do tonight. Please support this.
Thank you.
Our last public comment on this item is from Police Chief Strange.
Request give him more than 3.
Yeah.
Approved.
Thank you for allowing me to speak here. That is notable in and of itself. The level of inclusion in this process and this discussion from Dr. Hildreth and her leadership team is not only appreciated, but it is different than what we experienced in the past. And I think that's allowed us to collectively come to a spot of appreciation for the challenges our organizations face. Even in light of interest to pursue this now, there's clearly a lot of things that have to be balanced and taken into account with a lot of interest at play and the potential deficit you're facing. So with that said, I would say I appreciate what I have heard tonight throughout this meeting. The energy in the room definitely reflects some strongly held beliefs on this topic, and I actually think that that's a great starting point. What I have heard is certainly an interest in restoring something that we once had, but those that have been at the 2x2s have heard me repeatedly say that what I believe we need to do is, one, whatever the future holds, it is not a discussion led by the police department. Because if that happens and it's led by the police department, then once again, when a George Floyd incident happens somewhere across the nation, we will be who falls. In that time, that's exactly what happened. And there was no invitation to speak at that time. There was certainly a lot of information presented, some of which was not correct, but there was no redress for that. So what I appreciate now is that we're having this conversation, and there truly is an opportunity to work on something collectively, across difference, across the diversity that our community represents, across the diversity of experiences, both good and bad, that people have had with police. That is the pathway forward, in my belief, led by facilitated conversations from Washington Unified School District that we are part of, but only as one stakeholder. We are just a complement, hopefully, to what you're trying to achieve for safety on your campuses. But I think, personally, I think that if we're only looking at safety as part of the police involvement in this, then we are very short-sighted. I want to help create leaders in this city that understand civic responsibility, that frankly want to take your seats and mine. And we're not going to do that by staying in these divided spaces. I've heard members of your greater organization talk about the importance of community inclusivity. And I will tell you, just like you referred to some of the issues last year with county finance, and those things are probably never going to be forgotten. The move that the former board made is not forgotten by the police department. We were vilified in those discussions. We were not allowed to defend ourselves. Again, we are in a much better space now with the conversations that are happening today. I wear a lot of hats. Police chief is just one of them. I'm a girl dad. I am a very nervous, scared, and excited father that's going to move a kid out to college next week. We have real human feelings. We care, and the people that we've had on your campus care. And nothing about our involvement has changed in that regard other than we are not having the opportunity on a daily basis to create trusting relationships, to create lines of communication, to create the sense of civic pride and duty that will hopefully lead to people returning to these roles that I discussed. All that said, I'm not going to wear the hat of somebody that drives your decision tonight. You have a big decision to make. There are potential sacrifices on the line that you have to reconcile. I want to find a way forward that allows us to be part of not only the safety experience, but about growing the leaders in this community and enriching what this city can do long term. I do think we can play a critical role as a partner in that with not only your students, but your staff. I know that we are appreciated in this community. I know that I hear that regularly from folks from my advisory boards that help inform even my opinion at times on matters as big as this. So I would just ask that as we move forward, we do so with intent, with the intent of maintaining that inclusion, but also with a thoughtfulness about all the things you have to balance, and that the move forward with however the relationship formalizes with the West Sac PD and the school district once again, that it is considering that we don't want to also undermine other critical things that are key for the development and safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
We did receive one last public comment on this item by Carrie Horwitz.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I wasn't going to speak tonight, so I don't have a speech written out, so it's going to be short and sweet. I agree that we need to have inclusive communication about this item. I think it's very important. I think it's something we should put a survey out. I just saw that we put a survey out for something different for our district, so I know we can do that. So let's do that, right? Let's get input. Let's hear how everybody feels about it. And again, I agree with Chief Strange. It's not about safety, it's about relationships. And being a 30-year district employee, I have watched many different SROs and truancy officers deal with our families and our students. And it was about relationships. It wasn't about getting arrested and doing all that. And unfortunately, I've had a lot of former students, either as a teacher or as an admin, that have been arrested. They were not arrested on our campuses. They were arrested on the streets. I can remember one student in 30 years that was ever arrested by an SRO, and that student needed to be for their safety as well as everybody else's. So, so that's all I really have to say is let's get out and ask people's opinions. Let's start having conversations. Let's include all stakeholders. And but I fully support SROs. I think they were very valuable. I watched them on our campuses every single day. They would go out at night to our families. Our families had their cell phone numbers. And when they were having problems, they could reach out to Officer Kirkland, Officer Saylor. So I think we lost a valuable tool during that time, and I would love to see us figure out a way to start having those conversations to see if there's a way to get those back. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from the board?
I have just a rumor question, and it's actually for Chief Strange. Is that one of the reasons set aside elaborate on that? So I don't want to squash, that was something that was a requirement from the city, that there was only a desire to talk to us to plan out what a school resource officer's service was, unless we set aside money.
I don't know that I can actually clarify that because money is certainly part of this.
At this stage.
Yeah, at this stage.
At this stage where we're at.
Yeah, at this stage, if we were to go full on into what we know to be an SRO, certainly there has to be a financial commitment made going into next year. But if we're talking about what do we need to do to, what kind of spend would be required to do the facilitated discussions to come up with an actual plan? I don't know what that cost would be. But that would be, I would suspect, preceding the actual implementation of whatever the model is that we move forward with.
But the question is, are you not open to engaging in a conversation unless we say we have dollars set aside?
Well, at this point, unless Measure O passes for the city, we don't have the resources.
We won't talk about Measure O for different reasons, but there is so there are no resources to have this conversation. But a facilitated conversation is free.
I don't know that it is, but that depends on whatever model to gather that information.
If we have resources for facilitation that already exist in our safety plan officer, that's already in our budget. We've already budgeted for safety facilitation, and there's a human that has helped us do this. And it's not your money, and we have it already budgeted, and we haven't yet cut it in budget alignment. I know that's what we're saying. We're not saying budget cuts, but really, let's be honest about what that is. Right? That do you need the 280 to 377 commitment to just come to the table to talk to us, engage with our teachers who are passionate about our staff, our parents who have really, quite frankly, are pissed off that we really haven't, we're jumping to this stage of setting something aside. This hasn't to do with you, right? Setting aside money without talking to the community, which we keep on hearing. Like, do you need the 208, or if there's money set aside already in the budget, is that's the question. They said, if we don't make this 280 to 377,000 commitment in this document, that you all, and first of all, thank you for responding to BWI. You always do that. I always say that the relationship is good because you do respond even though there isn't an SRO, regardless of whatever happens, right? You are responsive and you handle that beautifully. I want to say that. That's what you are there for. We've talked. So, but that's the question, that on this day, as it's been said, if we don't set aside almost $0.4 million, they will not talk to us.
I think you have a wonderful opportunity with your already funded resource to start these discussions sooner than later, just because it sounds like there's at least a diversity of opinions in the room about what folks feel is needed. And no, the money for having an officer fully funded, which is what those dollars are a 100% cost of 1 year of a fully funded officer with training, with benefits, with a fully outfitted police vehicle. So no, that's what we're paying for every year with an officer. But no, that's not necessarily necessary to come into this discussion today with that commitment for me. But it's certainly something I would suspect if you want something that looks like that for next school year, then in your process, in your budget discussions, then that would have to be.
Right. But today, in terms of what you've heard in this room, authentic engagement and not pushing a budget, a $0.4 million, potentially a $0.4 million set aside, right, which is here, this is what it says in the document, that, and I know you, I mean, we talked, we want to reimagine what this looks and what those services.
Yeah, certainly, and I would say that the commitment of that money would probably allow us, if recruitment goes well over the next most of the year, it does give us some time to start shuffling the prioritization to honor that level of commitment here. But there's a lot of other things that are short.
I know, and the thing that we shall not name and we're not legally able to talk about, I get that. So, but I hear that the money isn't necessary, so why are we not just kind of moving forward with an intent letter to work together, knowing that we have facilitation dollars set aside?
I think that's a question for you all.
Oh, no, I know, but I just want to be clear that it wasn't a $0.4, like you have to come with a $0.4 million commitment to have a conversation about the plan for the process.
For what it's worth, what I've asked is that we move forward with planning.
Good.
That's what the West Sac PD wants.
Excellent.
But I've been saying that for a period of time now.
Yeah.
Like, it's been 6 months since the first time I said that. So I guess from my perspective is, again,
you don't need the money.
The discussion needs to start with Washington Unified School District, and we will absolutely be at the table for that. But we are not going to drive those discussions because I saw what happened the last time.
Right. But you don't need the $0.4 million commitment at this point to have it begin the planning for possible inclusion, engagement. You agree with engagement. It sounds like you do with our community.
I don't know at this point, as I stand here today, that the numbers reflect what we're actually going to do because we don't have a plan.
Well, and I think that's where like the question is for the community. We don't have a plan, so how are we funding this? So we don't have a plan, but how are we going to have a plan? We're going to set aside money, but we don't really know what money it is. But in this document, it's up to $0.4 million.
My personal opinion, especially when it reflects the police department budget, I would like to know what the plan is sooner than later.
Yes.
So that way we know what our collective financial burdens will be.
And it sounds like everybody wants to know what the plan is. Well, not everybody. There's some people who just want to fund outright. There are voices in the community who may not even be here for a fiscally responsible process, that we should have a plan, be fiscally responsible for you all to see. And it's also clear what you just said. There are no funds right now unless something else happens on your end.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the financial discussions are important because the last time when that contract had ended, we ate that cost. So there is implications of this that are financial. So making sure we have a plan that we actually will continue to honor, no matter, with resiliency through times like what we all experienced with George Floyd's death and murder. We need to build in a level of resiliency, and I think it started because of the relationships we all have. Like, I'm grateful for the fact that all of you had made yourself available as an audience with me on this topic. And even future potential folks that will sit in your seats have done the same. So I think the future for this discussion is great. Again, we're in a great spot. The diversity of opinions is actually fuel for this. So hopefully we can harness that and get moving on the planning.
Yeah. But be super clear. It's just the plan first, figure out what the money is, move forward. Like, there's no, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I have some things to share. One being that I appreciate bringing up the way that the SRO was removed in the past, who did have feelings, who was very much on our campus, who I interacted with regularly with our kids. And that was made, as you point out tonight, without the police department being able to defend themselves, without conversations, without any of that. And there's only one board member left on this board who made that decision. And so as we move forward, I think what is so important, and I appreciate everything the community said, this has been it's been multiple years that we've been talking about this. And I think that this is a board that I've been very proud to be a part of, because over time it's changed, the members have changed, but what's been consistent is the supporting of students' mental health, of social emotional learning, of our social workers, of our outreach specialists. That has always been a commitment. And now we have more than we've had before. And we're very fortunate. And I know we have to have conversations about all of those. I think the piece that is missing, and I want to say that I've made a big commitment to visit every year with every single principal and sit down and talk with them and talk about what they're dealing with and what's happening. And we know it was reported last time there's been 20, am I correct in this? There was 20 police reports done across our campuses last year. That doesn't mean calls for services, but that means reports.
I don't have the data in front of me to get the specifics. I'm sorry.
Okay. It was from the slide last meeting.
Correct.
And what principals have regularly told me is that they didn't, is that was a piece of the puzzle that they did not have in terms of having a resource officer to go to and having that support and some of the things that they were dealing with. And we very much appreciate, thank you for being here, Chief Strange, our police partners as community members. You are who we call when we are afraid and when there's an issue. 2 weeks ago, when a student came up to me and said, I ran away from my foster home, she asked me to call the police. And I was there with one of our teachers in the district, and that's who she asked us to call for help. And we did, along with our school social worker and about 5 other people, to make sure that that student had support. And so, but our police department is stretched thin, and they do not have the relationships with our children the way that somebody who is part of our team has. So I've heard that from our administrators. I've also, I went when there was a participation of our administrators in the behavioral threat assessment training. That was done in 2023. And we had all of our staff. It's very robust. I was there as well. I sat through much of that. And they said for the behavioral threat assessment team, you really need to have a core team with an administrator, with your mental health specialist, and with your law enforcement. And in that moment, I saw many administrators look at me very angrily because the board had gotten rid of that position. How are we supposed to do this? Why are we sitting in here for 2 days when we don't have the critical pieces that we need? And then I've, knocked on a lot of doors in the last few years, as we all have, and this is the number one thing I hear from our community. But we also heard tonight that it is a passionate piece and that we need to have all pieces involved. So it was said tonight, do not rush to fail. And that is not what this is. This is a conversation that we've been having for a very long time. It's been on the board agenda for 6 months to have this conversation, 6 months. And what we have talked about is this is a year to bring in our partners, our administrators, our community members, our labor partners, of course, our students, and our West Sacramento Police Department. This is a time to bring everybody together and to work on this and to lead this work and to hear from all of the comments in the room, because there's some very real comments. And I know that the people here who spoke this evening of concerns care deeply for our children. I entrust my children with you. I care deeply for you too. And I hear you and I appreciate what you're saying this evening. And so we need everybody to come together and spend a year. I do not see this personally. This is not to police our kids. This is to help us with our threat assessment plans. We have, the grand jury came back, we had findings in our last safety plans, and having somebody help us with that, having a key partner who knows our kids. When you pick up the phone, you want to know that you have a relationship with who's coming. What else can we do with the work of our community? I'm sorry if I'm taking a while on this, but I know it's really important to people, is they can come to our DEI work. They can be part of our trauma-informed care and trainings. We make this look how we want it to look as a community. And our community has always been very big on all of our social supports and wraparound care for our kids. This is not a one-piece fix. This is, to me, a piece of a puzzle that we have been missing. And I
I'm also a parent. Our kids are here, and when we have a safety plan, it really helps to be able to say, did you vet this? Because you know what? A couple of years ago, our wording in the safety plan, we have great staff. This is not speaking ill of any of them. They're all working very hard. They said, you're using outdated language. This is not the safest plan. This is not the way to have a safety plan. We need to have a partnership where people can help us with this work. And so again, this is not about policing kids. I broke up a fight today. I did it. Didn't call it SRO. This is about not being there to give suspensions. This is not what we're talking about. We're talking about a partner to help us in our safety assessments, in our safety work, in our cost teams, and those pieces. So I appreciate you hearing that, but I very much hear do not rush, and we work with all of our partners, and I appreciate everyone in this room who spoke.
Thank you.
Thank you. First, I just want to say, Doug, I love you. I will always love you. You were my daughter's second teacher, and I understand how things can be passionate and pressure can get to us as gets to me as much as anybody. And I totally understand that. So I just want you to know that I don't take anything you say towards me personal, and I will forever be grateful for you helping getting not only Izzy, but me diagnosed with ADHD. So I do appreciate it. I want to say also that I've been talking about this with you, though, for about 2 years. I've had conversations. I know. I just want to say I've had conversations with you about this for about 2 years. So I didn't necessarily bring up the fact that it was going to be a budget item now, but it was on the agenda. We've had 2x2 meetings time and time again. Dr. Bradley showed up to one of them. She gave her input. She heard what we had to say about it. That's all preludes to something happening, to moving forward in a direction. It is a whole lot more than what happened when the SRO position was yanked out from the, and that was by direction from this board, right? I totally understand the chief's apprehension about not driving this train, right? I totally understand it. I wouldn't want to do it either, especially when elections can change. And then next thing you know, why would we have an SRO now? Why would we start planning about an SRO for next year when we don't know what the board's going to look like, right? So I just want to say that that's, from a standpoint of, my appreciation for the conversation. I hear everybody out there, and I do hear those that don't speak in favor of it. But I also hear my constituents as well, and I also am a dad of a kid that goes to school in our district. And I am also very afraid from the things that go on in our campuses and all the lack of role model leadership that we have for authoritarian role model. I love what you said, Chief, about you want to be a part of that conversation. Also that our SROs, or I should say our police in our community are in fact community members, right? And I said this last time. They are Little League coaches, they are soccer coaches, they live in West Sacramento. They are a part of the fabric of our community just as much as our teachers, our classified staff, just as much as everybody else. And from that aspect, in driving that train, lead the discussion. Setting aside money is the way to do it, is the way to say we are committed. We are absolutely committed to having this conversation. Doesn't necessarily mean that money's going to get spent, but what it does mean is we're going to start a plan. And so you at the police department, Chief Strange, know that we're serious about our conversations. We're going to go out and engage the community, go engage our labor partners, and talk to our students about everything that the SRO position will be a part of. It's not the end-all, be-all. It is not the solution. And I've said this so many times before in the past in my public comments, is that it's not. It's one piece of the puzzle. I've said this so many times, so many years. And so I just want to say that. You all know where I am on this. And one thing I do want to talk about a little bit is I'm going to say this as a point of personal privilege. I don't like hearing the word privilege being hurled at me just because I'm a white male. And the reason why I say that is until you've walked a mile in my shoes, you know not what you talk about. Coming from a mother who's been divorced at the age of 2, then on cocaine and crack by the age of 8, and then physically and sexually abused by the time they were 10, and then homeless by the time they were 17. I don't want to hear you talk to me about privilege. I acknowledge what my portion of that is, but you don't know what I've been through. I don't want to hear it again from probably the most educated person in the room. So I don't talk about my story often. In fact, I've never talked about it to this detail ever in public. And there's a reason for that. I have suffered through many things that I didn't ask for. I didn't ask for dyslexia. I didn't ask for ADHD. I didn't ask for those things to happen to me as a child. So when you talk about privilege towards me, please reconsider your words. That's my rant, and I'm sorry, but I'm done.
Thank you.
Coffee, can I propose a possible, a friendly amendment, if it's friendly, is that I think we all agree on a letter of intent to work with the chief. We have reasons that there is more work to be done that we've outlined on the budget process, that we fully commit to a letter of intent, driven by the school district, right, about the school resource officer services, right, whatever that is, but also allow what the funding process needs to be for our established processes to honor everything that our labor partners and parents and teachers, again, because what we've heard is really, quite frankly, here we go again, whether it's this or something else. Here's the board pushing through blah, 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 right? Can we separate the two, commit to a letter of intent, as we have with the city before, right, and many times, and leave the budgeting to the budget as a friendly amendment?
As a friendly amendment.
Because the chief is like, he doesn't, there's a lot of things in play and things will change possibly, and that will also illuminate the conversation a little bit more. Because right now they also, it's very, I mean, it just makes a lot of sense, budget. We need to be fiscally responsible. The city needs to be fiscally responsible. And regardless of that, we still want to have a relationship with law enforcement, reimagine what it is. So can we have a formal letter of intent that is binding, that we will go through this process?
Okay. Before we make an amendment, may I say my and then we can go ahead and push forward. Thank you. I hear you. I see you. My therapist would say, good job. So yeah, the reason I say that is I too have PTSD and go through a lot, and I really don't care. My therapist says it's all right. Brace it. Community is definitely the biggest forefront. Chief Strange, got it right. I see you when you're out there, out of uniform, engaging, and it's appreciated. It's appreciated coming to Little League games, being with the kids, having them play games and football camps, all of that. We see you and we appreciate it. All of your team, what they do. I just want to make sure that with this letter of intent, right now saying that it's a set aside, with what we're doing here, the goal is to make sure that we are listening to our community so that way their voices are being heard. And I want to make sure that it's very clear that with this, that no monies are, and I mean, I know we have it written here, but I want to make sure it's very clear that nothing that is the designated funding will not impact any of our faculty or staff, because they are literally the key to our students. So I want to make sure that's really, really clear. So anyway, I'm just gonna go ahead and say that piece. And I believe there was a friendly amendment
Separate the two.
to separate the two, and saying the action item was to bring,
To have a letter of intent for partnership that's facilitated by the school district, right, on clarifying school resource officer services, whatever that means, and go through the budgeting process that will absolutely guarantee that there is no rift, there's no other, right now staff are going through that process, we don't know, right? And I mean, that would be up to Jay to try to figure out, like, this is his portfolio, where this money would come from if that was the case. But however, the friendly amendment is, can we just separate the two? I've heard clearly now, like, because before it was rumor mill, that if you don't have this $0.4 million, that the city's not even going to talk to us. That was said here. But I heard today that that's not true. I heard directly that that's not true.
I would just say to that point that we've never gotten to this point without the idea of money being set aside. We have not even had this discussion without first having said, let's talk about money being set aside. So in all fairness, I would say no to that amendment, because it takes money to move forward. And if we're not identifying money, then we're not moving. We're just saying we're going to talk about it, and not actually do anything about it. Setting aside money.
Then I would say the letter of intent should have deliverables and be very clear about timeline.
so then, in here, so would we? Yeah, so we
The problem
have.
is there's no letter that we can.
Yeah, we
refer.
don't have a
Like,
letter.
That's the problem.
Yeah, so.
Right, that's the challenge of like having a discussion like this, is like money, no money, timeline, no timeline.
So if
commitment,
with-
no commitment, who's there, who's not there? And that's why it's rushed, and I believe, in addition to the process that we allow with our labor partners to go through a budget process, all right, so that we've totally disrespected by pushing this through, is that, okay, if you want a firm letter of intent, timeline, and you again, like, the letter of intent is like, by this date, we will do this, this, and this.
Could that be, because I mean, they have to develop, they're proposing, to come up with a,
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
so-
survey by this, blah, 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 by this.
so would that be our letter of intent include that information in there. Is that what you're asking for?
Right, the timeline, so there's a clear milestones and dedication, so that the public is very clear when we're making this decision
So-
and how it's going to happen.
So this action item is to approve to go into a, creating an not amendment,
But
to,
remove the money out of it.
no, this one doesn't.
No, that's what she's saying, is
Well-
to separate, is to do the letter of intent only, but remove the
No, she said if,
designated-
since we're going to do a letter of intent, let's make
There's
sure that the,
timeline, and
that the
it's
letter of
correct. We don't
intent
even know
has
how
a
much-
timeline.
Oh, it says letter of intent.
Right, but what she's saying is, make sure I understand, Jackie. What you're saying is, the letter of intent should have
A
deliverables.
timeline of when you'll have an actual estimated cost, right?
Right. So
We
if,
already
Like,
did.
it's not necessarily this, so like, you have to still go
But
through a process.
is it just the cost, or is it deliverables
It's
of when?
deliverable. I mean,
So
you-
it
yeah,
would be
you
very, it would be very clear and
like we do a
structured.
strat plan.
So if we approve this, it is to approve that
X,
they
Y,
start
Z,
working
3,
that.
tomorrow, whatever date it is, and staff has to be clear that
Okay.
by,
Yeah, so that's that's something that is part of this action item, is it not?
I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
okay,
make a motion
cool.
to approve it as.
All right. Well, that's what, I mean, it would be.
I'm, even as the money set aside, I'm gonna make,
Okay. All right.
that's effectively what you're saying. I don't understand the difference between what
No,
you're saying.
she's just, there is no difference other than we're just calling out the letter, or the letter of intent is, we're having specifics in there. They can't be broad, is what she's asking. So when we're going through the letter of intent and when it gets shown to us, we make sure that we have those deliverables in there.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I believe that President Coffey, you spoke with legal counsel, and I know that, there's some things maybe we can't talk about here, but my question would be, is the letter for staff, is the letter of intent needed, or two, here's my question. If we set aside the budget piece, then, and we give clear direction that we want to start working with our community partners right now. We want to start surveying the community. We want to start surveying families. I'm just concerned that if we're waiting now to get this letter back, and then what does the letter look like? I'd like to just start the process.
Yeah.
And so that is my question, maybe to Dr. Hildreth or to President Coffey, of what does that look like so we can start engaging labor partners, community members, and everyone else?
So the letter of intent it could be similar to letters of intent that we have done with the city, where there is an intent of something that we think is a good idea, but we're not sure what the overall financial commitment might be. And so we say, but we want to do something, we're just not sure what that something would look like. And so in conversations that, many conversations that I've had with the chief, and we are both in agreement that we have a great partnership right now, and we want to be able to continue that maybe in a more structured way. And so a letter of intent would show, yes, the district and West Sac PD want to have a more formalized partnership than we do right now. And so then to talk about what are the types of services that we want to have with West Sac PD? What could that look like? And really have talked about this idea of reimagining, thinking about it in terms of what are the things we want in this partnership, and then what that would look like, and then to be able to come back with, to do the things that we want, it would cost X amount. And that would also give an opportunity for us to know, is this something that we're going to fully use with our budget? Is this something that possibly could be part of the model that had been in practice before, where it was a shared item? That would be the things that we could bring back in a letter. I think the questions about community engagement, or what we've heard in community engagement, would be in alignment with the way that we have done big commitments here, at least since I've been here. I know I was not here when the SRO position was not approved to continue, but what I have learned since then was about the positive relationship that did provide. And so we have worked to really ensure that our West Sac PD officers know that we value all that they bring to the community and what they bring to the school district. So that's my thought. We could begin community engagement right now. We've done that during in the middle of the pandemic when we were on Zoom and we had reopening town halls, and we did in-person forums, we did virtual forums, we did surveys. When we did our strategic plan, we had community engagement. You know, that was a longer process. That was 8 months. But that, to me, is what our community has come to expect. And the way that we make decisions is by collaboration and communication, which is also one of our district priorities this year, is to really make sure we are strengthening communication with our community, with our staff at all levels. And so a letter of intent would allow us to move forward with that process sooner rather than later. It's really about a calendar, some dates, and really taking the time to plan some in-person meetings that include our West Sac PD partners. Also making sure that we have surveys and making sure we have questions that have been vetted as good survey questions. So it's it can be done in a timely manner. We just need to be able to get started.
So what I'm hearing, but the concern is a date sure, right? Like that could also, even when set aside, could ask, good last year. I hear loud and clear, there's a date sure. Like there is a date sure that there needs to be a decision made, right? Like there are other things that we need to also decide on. But for this process, in the letter of intent, there should be a date sure for confidence.
Yes.
For our partners and for us. And theoretically was this supposed to be a 25, I don't even know, 25, 26, 26, 27?
This is
25.
1 year, one officer.
But for one implementation.
25, 26.
I don't think.
You've got a full year to implement.
We don't even know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't really
even know.
Right. You don't necessarily have to hire anybody. This is just a
But I think that there needs a
conversation.
clear agreement, right? Like the letter of intent should be, this is the problem with this fresh item because there are all these questions about details of like, when are we wanting to do this, right? Have clear milestones, right? Transparent for the community of when we're engaging, when we are making a decision to set aside.
Been on the agenda for 6 months.
Yeah.
So I just want to make it clear, it's been on the agenda for 6 months, and this has been a very delayed conversation.
Yeah.
And we could have done it a long time ago.
I mean, we've had this, agreed, we've had this on the
And a lot of things
for a
have been delayed, but this is a letter of intent that I think also needs to be clear to the community. What I hear is that, what is the timeline for community engagement? What is the timeline for XYZ thing? So those deliverables should be in this letter of intent that is not attached by them.
Yeah, I think the reason we don't have one attached is because of the fact that it's just it was being discussed. This is the start of it. So this is a motion this is an action item to approve not just a set aside, but also to create a letter of intent to be able to start this process.
How do you vote on the letter of intent? It's on the 2x2 has a letter of intent, it's attached.
It says it will be drafted. It obviously has to come back to us. We always approve letters of intent here. We're not approving a letter of intent that we haven't seen.
Right.
It says a letter of intent will be drafted.
Dr. Hill, what is staff understanding of
So,
this?
first off, I'm going to make a motion to approve without the amendment. So, just because we're going around in circles on this. Yes, the letter of intent does need to happen, of course. It's on here as a part of our key point. It also says the designated funding considerations will not impact current staff positions. That also is a key point. What we're doing is we're saying we're setting aside money to drive a discussion, and then we're going to start having these conversations. All you're doing is setting aside money. That's it. You may or may not choose to enter into an agreement with West Sac PD for an SRO. I will not be here for that discussion, but if you're setting aside money, then at least the conversation is a serious discussion, because we've been talking about this for 2 years. I've reported on it. I've had 2x2s on it for several years. Nothing has moved. The needle has not moved 1 little inch until I finally brought it up and asked for it to be an item in March. We finally had a meeting last board meeting.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah. And now we're finally doing something to say, we're going to be serious about this and we're going to designate money for it. May not be the end all be all, but this is the high end that money will be. If we end up having a 2-year agreement like we did in our last MOU, where it was a 2-year agreement and a split cost, that's still to be negotiated between West Sac PD and us, and whether or not they can even release an officer to us. Many things are moving parts, but this is saying that we're serious enough to do this. And you know what? Process by which the officer, the SRO, was taken away didn't follow any 2x2. Didn't have any community input. The community was very upset about it. So to hear this commentary and kind of filibuster is not, it's pointless. I just don't understand it. So I make the motion to move forward as.
Right. I have no.
You have the direction you need?
What I wrote down is we need to come up with a letter of intent. You want timelines. You want to know what the actual cost is, and we need for lack of better terms, a date when we need to be able to commit or not commit, right, to whatever the cost would be. You want us working with the community. You want us to work with labor. You want us to work, include surveys, town halls, everything we can to engage to get input. And I did hear that you're looking at more formalized partnership is what I heard. And what does that type of service look like, right? So we want a scope of work. What does reimagine mean? And then I also heard like milestones and are we going to do this or not going to do this, right? So we're going to have to come up, and if I'm hearing you correctly, give us direction on what you want. So you want a letter of intent, you want timelines with a calendar, and I'm not hearing whether you want a commitment financially or not a commitment financially. That's where it's
I
your
made the
direction.
motion
I just wanted to ask this before my next week. And so can we add students
Yes.
and businesses to that list of our staff, labor, community, West Sac PD, of course, administration? I second.
All right. Motion by Vice President Pizzotti, second by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Say aye. And all those nay.
I want to be clear that the process is unclear to me and that there's nothing here that actually I can follow a commitment to, right? So at this point, I can't make a decision either way. I hope, so what I'm hearing, it's coming back to us, right? Okay, so this is just
Yes.
to draft a letter that's going to come back to us,
Yes.
right?
That's what I'm hearing.
But it's still tagged with.
That's what I'm seeing.
The
A letter and begin engagement.
So I'm confused. I'm not going to vote on this because I am completely confused with this, and it feels, are we setting aside or are we not? But it's just.
Yes, yes.
So
Look at the motion.
So it's a letter of intent to potentially set aside. I'll just wait for the letter to come back.
Okay.
How about that? I will wait for the letter to come back.
Thank you.
Abstain.
I just want to make sure I'm clear.
The motion was.
The motion to approve with the letter of intent, which includes setting aside funding for SRO service.
I will wait.
Okay. All right. Now moving on to P3.
No, it's not. It does. Right, okay.
Approval of amendment number 1 with Universal Engineering Science to close out the agreement. Monique Stovall.
Thank you. So we are asking for approval to, amend the contract with UES to close out the project. As we all know and have celebrated recently, the Westfield Village Modernization Project is complete, and we're in the process of closing out all of their contracts. This particular contract was approved by you on May 11th, and it included services for earthwork. To amend and close out the contract, that's $1,135.37, bringing the total cost of the contract to $51,030.37, paid through the Measure Z fund.
All right, any public comments? Are there any comments from the board?
I move.
Moved by Vice President Pizzotti,
I'll second.
second by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
And I too say aye. And P4, approval of resolution number 2425-31, authorizing the contract for Gold Star Foods, Inc. for food product pursuant to Public Contract Code Section 20118, piggy bank statute. Monique Stovall.
Thank you. This evening, I'm joined by our Food Service Director, Amber Dixon.
Hello.
I believe you've met her once when she was approved to join our district. We're coming to you together today to ask for an approval of a resolution that would allow us to piggyback on a contract for Gold Star Foods. Little clarification there. So piggybacking on a contract means that we are using a contract from a similar district to be able to get products or services that will meet our district needs. So the legal team that reviews the contracts makes sure that it follows all of the requirements and that the services that they're receiving would match the services that we need. Gold Star Foods is a company that a section of it only services schools. And that company is the company we've used for over a decade to be able to get our food products and our supplies. However, by piggybacking on this contract on the, I think it's Buckeye Union and Rescue Union School District's contract, that helps us to get more competitive pricing. Therefore, our cafeteria funds expenses would decrease. We don't know exactly how much it will decrease, but what we do know is that the pricing appears to be better than what we are receiving now. So at this time, we're requesting your approval to enter into a resolution that would allow us to piggyback on that contract.
Are there any public comments?
No public comments?
Are there any comments from the board?
Just the question, does the resolution need to be roll call or not?
But you do not have to read the resolution.
Thank God. I move.
All right, moved by Vice President Pizzotti, second by Trustee Wong. All in favor? Wait, roll call. I just heard that and automatic. Okay. Trustee Wong. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
And I too say aye.
Thank you.
Okay. And now P5, approval of the contract with BRCO Constructors, Inc. for the River City High School asphalt replacement project. Monique Stovall.
Thank you. The asphalt around the basketball courts at River City High School are in dire need of replacement. And we are asking for your approval to enter into a contract, we say BRCO, to be able to repair that asphalt. Our facilities team went out to bid. We received 6 bids, and BRCO has been determined to be the most responsive contractor. So we're asking to enter into an agreement with them for $438,000. The funding for this program will be 2 sources. It will use the remaining amount of our Measure V funds, and that's about, I have the notes here, about $390,000. And then the other funding would be our state facilities program funding. That's funding from the state, and it's reimbursement for facilities projects that we have completed over the years.
All right, are there any public comments?
No public comments?
Are there any comments from the board? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, just quickly, does this expire the last of our Measure V funds?
It does.
Okay.
That was my question, just because we've heard very loud and clear from our Bondo. Thank you. With that, I'll move.
I'll second.
All right. Moved by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, second by Trustee Wong. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I too say aye. And the approval to include the Timber Quest solution in the Elkhorn Village Modernization Project for the new construction of buildings. Monique Stoll.
Okay, thank you. This evening, I'm joined by our Facilities Director, Dan Banowitz, and a variety of other people to help present this particular item to you. It's related to our Elkhorn Village Modernization Project and a potential solution to help us to get in line, and I'll say align, our budget for that particular project. So I'll pass this to Dan.
Good evening. We are at the process now where we have, what's that?
I'll have to do the slide.
Okay. You can go. So all of these, for what we're talking about, lines up with the strategic plan, the goals, the equity, and the 4 pillars. And also for the strategy map. So what our purpose is to provide an update on the Elkhorn Village Modernization Project, and then also receive direction on the Timber Quest option. Right now, we have a total budget for the project of $59,319,000. Our construction budget is $42,605,000. So we have completed the schematic design. We had the estimates done, and the estimates came in at $62,681,000. Right? That's just for construction. So we are over budget about $20 million. Okay? Before we go, oh my goodness, this happens when, the question was asked of me, does this typically happen with schematic design? Yes, it does. Schematic design is everything you want, your needs, your wishes. Like we have included all of our department shareholders, the community, the school. We want this and this and this and this and this and this. So that typically happens in a schematic design. Maybe not 20 million, but it does usually come in over budget. Our construction timeline is beginning June 2025 and completing July of 26 to open up that school year. So right now, that's just the schematic design that we've come up with for Elkhorn. If you want to kind of focus primarily on the green roofs, you know, the white roofs are the existing buildings. The green roofs, that is new construction, okay? And we'll get more into that as we go. Okay. So how do we get back on budget? One way to do it is value engineering, and that's where the facilities team, the design team, our construction team, XL Construction, we come together and we figure out ways that we can do things better, faster, and less expensive. That's one way of doing it. That helps. Like I said earlier, schematic design includes all the needs and wants. We'll have to prioritize those needs and wants and aspects of those designs to see what can be removed, what can be eliminated to get us back on budget. Another way of saving money is construction methods, and that's what we're talking about tonight mostly. And then there's also the program changes that can help the budget as well. So what we're presenting tonight is what's called Timber Quest. Timber Quest is a partnership with XL Construction. It is a union labor-built off-site and on-site company. What it is that the materials are assembled, built as kits in Stockton, and then brought to the site and assembled, right? So it's the same materials as what would be called as traditional stick-built, right? The same materials. It's just the method and how they do it is what makes it faster, right? So speed equals savings, and can be done in a shorter time frame that can help us not only on the budget, but also on this schedule. Because if you remember with Westfield, we did a lot, right? We did a lot, and we finished it up right at the end, okay? There is more work at Elkhorn than there was at Westfield. So one of the concerns is traditional construction takes longer, and are we going to be able to fit that in the 1 year, the 14 months that we had with Westfield, okay? These buildings are permanent buildings. They have a 50-plus year lifespan. They are pre-approved with the Division of State Architect. So we have faster approvals, shorter review times, it's speed, speed, speed. The cost savings over traditional stick builds, like we talked about, faster construction times, less labor costs, less general condition costs, okay? So these are the key features. I won't read them all to you, but they are what we've talked about with DSA approved, pre-approved, checked, faster schedules, cost, efficient buildings, 50-year lifespan, superior learning environment. You know, all those are the key features of the buildings. Good. So we have some photos of what they look like. And these are actual project photos that were supplied to us by TimberQuest of what the buildings look like. That's the exterior. And that is the interior of the building. Okay. This is a list of where TimberQuest has built classrooms and other buildings or in design for right now. Okay, so back to on the left-hand side, that is what the rendering I showed you earlier and asked you to focus on the green roofs. That is the traditional stick-built buildings. On the right-hand side is the TimberQuest and what that layout would look like. Okay, so all white, but yeah, keep going this way. Again, on top is a traditional, on the bottom is TimberQuest. So this is what it would look like from Douglas Street, that view. Okay. This is the view from what is being called the Little Tigers entry, right? So this is the entry of the school for our littles. So the top being traditional and the bottom being TimberQuest. And this is from Little Tigers Playground. So this is the kinder, pre-K, TK playground area. And then the view from the library to lower grade classroom. So this is kind of one of the classroom, you know, throughout the classroom buildings and what the views look like. Okay. And then the upper grade quad area. So if you can go back, please. So if you want to look at what the actual difference is the top, if you look at the building above the top, they're more square. They've got higher roofs to hide those HVAC units that are on top. On the bottom is the TimberQuest, and you've got more of that angled roof. Very similar to what we did at Westfield. The new classrooms have that tilted roof. And then the walls on the top that you see, that's what's hiding the HVAC units up there. So it's just, they're not in view when you're walking, you know, from down below. But so that, you know, you have more square and then you have more angles with the TimberQuest. This is very short. This is a time lapse of building the building at Sacred Heart. This building went up in 3 days. Okay, so if you want to play that real quick, it's very quick. It's not going. That's how quick it is. Okay? Do it again, it's that quick. But what this video would show you is that how these things come in parts, right, as a kit, and then that crane is putting it together. And like I said, the frame of this building, the outside of this building was done in 3 days. Yeah, so you got it running, right? It's still pretty quick. Okay? So pros and cons. What are the pros of choosing TimberQuest? It's a $5 to $6 million savings on that construction budget. Okay? It doesn't include programming changes. It just changes buildings, means, and methods. Okay? The savings will lessen the need to remove other programming needs. Okay. The fast build, which should be timed, not I didn't see that, sorry, increases the ability to complete the project on time too. That's what one of our concerns was, is also schedule and being able to complete this in 14 months with the added work that's more than what Westfield was. So that helps us get this built on time for those kids, because what we always say, the kids are coming, right? The kids are coming. So we know in August the kids are coming, we got to be done, right? What's that? No, they will be there. We start 25, 26, so it'd be 26, 27. I apologize. Yeah. Yeah, so one of the cons was the less flexibility. If you, again, we went back to that slide where it showed the aerial view. You have the traditional built has more bends and turns, and these buildings are linear, right? So they don't have that ability to make those bends and turns. But one thing I failed to mention is these buildings are also on cement slab foundations, right? Just like the buildings that we built at Westfield. So same materials, it's just means and methods on how it's done. Any questions?
Are there any public comments?
No public comments?
Any comments from or questions from the board?
Does it set our timeline?
What's that?
Our build timeline, I'm sure you.
Yeah, the build timeline doesn't change. This actually help, using TimberQuest would help our timeline complete on time.
And I see the 50-year span. And what would be, say, the new buildings that we put in just recently? What does that frame look like? So tell us in terms of lifespan.
But
what it might
typically,
look
for many same thing, they would say the same thing. It would be a 50-plus year time frame. That's kind of like the length of a building that you would do. Obviously, most of these buildings are going to last longer than that. You know, I mean, that's the reality of it. But when you look at your maintenance, okay, that air conditioner is going to last 15 years, so you got to get ready to replace it. Then the carpet's 10, whatever. All these time frames. That's what they put down is 50 plus is for the building itself when it's this type of construction.
Okay, that's what I think the older I get, like, whew, 20 years in a school went by real quick. So I don't. So it makes you nervous when you see things with this big commitment. Is it like the prefab building that is at Bridgeway Island, the science building? Do you know if this is similar? Will you explain to me how this is different?
So those modulars, okay? So there's
so not the portables.
They're not the portables.
Yeah,
no, not those are the boxes with the ramps. No, that's a portable. The modulars are more like Stonegate's classrooms, Southport's classrooms, and those are the ones that are built offsite, and they come in sections, right? And then they crane the section down, and they're put together. Right. That is, it's the method, again, means the methods on how they're built. They're not 50-plus year buildings. They're not supposed to be or whatever. And a lot of times they're put on raised foundations and not this slab. So you have the bounce and the noise and the critters underneath and all those things. You can put, right now, most people will put modulars on a slab, like cement slab anyways. But those are, just made differently and less expensive. They're still used with the same materials, so it's not it's not a portable, okay? But in this case, it's the way that the kit is made and how the wood we have somebody here from TimberWest. He can probably explain a little better than I do how those beams and everything are made on site that make it a higher quality building.
Okay. I appreciated hearing the difference too between schematic design and what's the reality, because I think that, for example, our Performing Arts Center, which is next, I think was also that schematic design, which is if we could have it all, what would it be? And I know that it was built, designed larger than what most area theaters are, as we've gone on theater tours. And so where does this take us if we go to this cost savings of $5 million to $6 million? Where does that take us then in terms of our VAPA project that would be next? So just thinking about our timeline and our big 3 projects.
So what this does is it helps save some programs and save some things that are on that wish list at Elkhorn, right? It does not affect the PAC. So if, for example, in the schematic design, there are 2 PE rooms, right? So, at some point we may need to say, okay, we're not going to have 2 PE rooms. We can't afford to build a second PE room. Band has got its own room dedicated to itself in the schematic design, because that's what you do. You put all the wishes and everything in there. So it's not affecting the theater project or PAC, okay?
And that is still
that is
good.
when we
we've
have
heard some comments that made me anxious.
As soon as we bring the GMP, so the maximum price for Elkhorn, to this board, we will be following up with an RFP for architecture services for the PAC. So we'll run concurrently.
Okay.
I just need to know how much Elkhorn's going to be before we can say how much the PAC is going to be.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I think then, having just visited Westfield, which is just beautiful, but we did hear then concerns about space. And I've heard concerns every single campus. There is some type of concern, it feels like, with space. And so already some from Elkhorn have reached out and said, we're worried about enough rooms. And so you're saying that this savings will ensure that they can get all of their needs met in terms of
Well,
space?
I'm not going to say all of them because they have a
Needs
lot of
versus
what their
wishes.
needs
Needs.
are. But this does help get us back in budget to be able to give them as much as we can. Does that make sense?
And then this is my very last comment, and that would just be that as we look at these designs, that they're done very much with the administration. Because I know, like at Westfield, again, beautiful, wonderful job. But the TK kids can't just like walk to the office. They have to go, whew, you know, like all the way around. And so there's some challenges that staff can quickly say like, oh, this won't work. And so I just want to make sure whatever these processes that we're bringing in the staff along the way.
Yeah, we have a long way to go as far as that design goes. Like I said, we're just at schematic design right now, but we can't go into the next step until we have this budget taken care of.
Okay, that helps me. Thank you.
So quickly, okay. You're saying this is a timing thing. This would help with our timing.
It would
right?
help with our timing, yes.
Okay. Would it save money to push our timing out?
No.
Okay.
No, I
Then
mean,
why is it a timing issue?
well, the timing issue is we have this much work to do in 14 months, right? The kids leave in June.
We have actually as much time as we want to, as much time as we decide to take, right? Unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't necessarily fall within the perfect school year calendar. I'm just saying the rush to finish, if it were a matter of saving money or not, would we push out? That's the only question that I have.
Yeah, and that's a good, I mean, if push came to shove, yes, the kids are coming in August and we're not done with some buildings, then we would find a way to have the kids there and build, right? Because typically, most projects are done that way,
Well, I
right,
would
with
say
kids
just
there.
have them come in January instead of.
Either way, I mean, there are other options. However, the longer we're there in construction, the more it costs because of general conditions and
Understood.
everything, right? So
Understood.
the longer we're there, the more it costs. And construction costs not going up as much as they had been in the past few years. They're still going up every year. So we want to get these projects. That's why we're saying the PAC, we need to get moving on it because it's not going to get any cheaper.
Okay, you
Yeah. Yeah, so if the question is, what is the difference? If we were going to go with traditional construction on this and do 8 buildings instead of 4, right? That's the difference between, and if it's TimberQuest, it would actually be 9, but we can still get it done on time. It's just the timing, right? So it would take 14 months that we did Westfield. We're going to be taking 16 to 18 months, I would imagine, for traditional construction.
okay, so the other thing is, this is considered modular?
No, it's not. It's
What's-
permanent building.
Just a kit?
Yeah, it's a kit.
Well, no, modular is permanent building too, right? It's what we have at Bridgeway.
Mhm.
It's a permanent structure. It's on cement
Is-
slab at Bridgeway as well.
At Bridgeway, yes. Some of the others, no.
Right.
But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, okay. You said the term higher quality. My question would be, higher quality than what?
I believe this is a higher quality than a modular building. By the way, the materials that are used and the way it's constructed, it is, I think, higher quality than a modular building.
Okay. And then my final question is, does this comport with our project labor agreement?
Yes. This would be union labor, both on-site and in Stockton where the kits are assembled. So it fits, we'll have no problem fitting it in the labor agreement.
Region.
Well, it's Go ahead.
I was there, I have no questions. But I wanted to point out that the TimberQuest came in and they actually had a piece of the material to show us of what it feels like and what it looks like. And to be quite honest, to see that on the walls in the room, I believe is definitely going to change the atmosphere for our students, because we won't be seeing a white wall that a teacher has to beautify with stickers and posters because it'll be embedded in the design. And so it's definitely going to feel different. There were a lot of questions that I asked at the meeting, and I just wanted to let you guys know when I asked, there was a lot of, so the difference between, why is it more? It's not that, why are there more buildings? Does that mean more buildings means more space? It's not. It's the fact that our buildings for the traditional were curvy and pretty and made to look a certain way. And since the limitations of the design are square and rectangular, so there needs to be more in order to accommodate what we originally had. There was also some of my questions, definitely making sure it wasn't a modular in that sense, thinking of you in there. And then also I had, for the view that they gave us for Douglas Street, for some reason, I don't know why, that view, I thought that was the front of the school, and it wasn't. It was the side part where the littles would be entering, but for the long, I don't know why it was so hard for me to capture. I was like, well, I want the school to not look so like a square, but I was informed that they are keeping the original design of the entryway. So that's not going to change. See, that's the Douglas view. Douglas Street, that's right across the street from La Casitas and the Three Sisters Garden. That is what's going to be changing. So it's not going to look like an additional main entrance, because that's kind of what it looks like. So that's going to not be as, they could put the tiger, that's what I was talking about, but it's
We'll
still
get you
gonna.
your tiger.
Yes. But they'll still have the welcome of the main entrance, which was also something that I was saying, I don't want it to look as though we didn't put the effort into this school just because of for Timberwolf or Timberwolf.
Just to
oh my
clarify,
gosh.
this entry is for the littles.
Yes, that's
right?
the
So
littles.
the kindergarten, pre-K, TK to go into that area without walking through the rest of the campus. We are going to be expanding the admin building, but the main entrance will also be farther down from there.
So
I think that's one of the big pieces too, is it's just not welcoming right now when you go in that admin building into the space. And so,
but yeah,
so bigger, but we don't have a picture of what that looks like, the admin.
Not yet, but we are going to be expanding that admin space. That is one of the main parts of the scope.
Yeah, so that, I just wanted you guys to know, I definitely, I gave it my stamp of approval. Tiger approved. Huh? Yes, you may ask.
Sorry, I know it's late and I appreciate that. Is it possible to do like the office building or something, so there's one traditional build just for when you come up, that it looks, it has that look of a little bit
Yeah,
more
the actual,
grand? Is that possible?
the work on
Or
the
is that
admin
too
will be
much to ask?
traditional built because we're just expanding it. We're not going to replace it like we did at
Okay.
Westfield. So we will be doing some work to that, yes.
Will you make it, I think the most important thing, and I see of the traditional build, is just the light that comes in from the high windows, but I saw TimberQuest had lots of windows, so as long as that admin building just feels, you fill it with light, natural light.
That's kind of the next step of the design. Right now, it's just schematic, right? So then we
Okay.
can get into the existing buildings and what we're going to do to them.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
All right. Motion by Vice President Pizzotti, seconded by Trustee Wong, and all in favor?
Aye.
I too say aye.
Thank you.
All right, and now we're on to the renewal of advancement via individual determination AVID agreement with Washington Unified School District. Miss Billingsley.
Hello, hello. Good evening, trustees. I come before you today to ask for an approval to renew our AVID contract. We are asking for a 2-year contract for AVID. This is aligned, of course, with Pillar A, our teaching and learning practices, as well as our LCAP, college and career readiness. The contract affects all of our school sites, K-12, and provides professional learning opportunities, materials, and a full scope of resources on the AVID website for all of our teachers. And so we are asking today to continue this agreement. The financial impact is $107,824 and is funded through our supplemental concentration fund.
All right, are there any public comments?
No public comments?
Do you have any comments from the board? Nope. All right.
Love Avid.
All right, we have one move by Vice President Pizzotti, seconded by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
I too say aye. Long live Avid. You're welcome. Approval of the out-of-state conference for collaborative for academic, social, and emotional learning for November 12th through 14th, 2024 in Chicago, Illinois. Miss Dr. Mascarenas. Sorry, I said miss, and now I realize.
That's fine, I'll take it, thank
Apologize.
you. We are here to request to go to a conference in Chicago. It's the Castle. Castle is kind of the utmost, authority on SEL, and they are headquartered in Chicago. And so they hold a conference there annually. We're requesting to send 15 diverse educators, administrators, and support staff from across the district with Rosie, our SEL coordinator. It is funded through our Educator Effectiveness Grant, which is also where Rosie is funded from. And so that opportunity is to provide professional development for our staff to grow in their capacity for social emotional learning.
All right, thank you. Are there any public comments?
No public comments?
Okay, do I have any comments from the board? Yes.
So I'm going to say this for 8, 9, and 10. Because we got $2 million more, I'm going to amend my previous position of saying no more out-of-state funding or for out-of-state conferences and say that I will approve this conference from my end of it. I was previously taking the position of period. It didn't matter where it's for, out of what fund, just it was a bad look. But since we got $2 million more, hey, go have fun.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other comments?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Still, that part is
Yes, absolutely.
And I'll just ask, I think this is exciting, I'm supportive, but that at some point we ask, maybe I'll say this in a future board agenda item, that some of these, we've had some really great trainings that people have been traveling to, and if we could have a snapshot of that at some point in this year, maybe at the end of the year, with all the trainings that people
All
have
the
gone
different
to hear the impact.
Absolutely.
I think that would. With that, I make, oh, sorry.
I said I had a comment.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
My question is, are we making sure that the 15 that are going, 15 employees, are individuals who haven't gone to a conference? Are they brand new, or are these repeat help seek, self-helpers to, build themselves, but that we're making a conscientious effort to, that it's people who haven't gone to these things, right?
Absolutely. And Rosie can speak to that as well, but we made sure that she had a number of teachers who helped pilot the SEL curriculum that we're slowly rolling out. And so we're intentionally looking to bring some of those teachers on board who haven't gone to other opportunities, especially for SEL, because this is kind of the only one that's offered. And so I know we focused more on that exact thing.
And would it be possible to obtain a list of who is going, so that way, and we can kind of keep that running list as has been requested in the past, so that way we know who's going to these things, and just to make sure that for transparency, like
Absolutely.
we know who's going from what site and so on and so
And
forth.
we want to offer it across the board. Absolutely. Yeah, please.
At the same time, we recognize that there may be people who help pilot or were part of cohorts to better understand the intersection between SEL and equity that have the potential to positively influence their peers and be leaders. And so in that sense, they may not be brand new to SEL and it's their first time learning about SEL at this conference. It may be that they're building upon their expertise to further have sort of other Rosies on their campus.
But haven't been to an SEL conference previously, yes.
They haven't been to an SEL conference
Yes,
previously.
Because we haven't.
We've never gone
we've
to
never
one.
gone
We've
to
never had one, but we're also making sure that, this is what I'm trying to get at, is that I want to make sure that we are offering the opportunity for other individuals who have not had the opportunity to go to a conference because we picked the select few who are the overachievers of their school, and they're the ones who are like, oh, because I'm in this and because I'm in this, then I get to go. I don't want those automatic. I would like that they want to, get some new blood as well, because it'd be nice to have that as well. That's kind of what I'm asking.
And coming here for this request, now that we know if that's okay, we have those 15 spots, then we can be even more intentional as we look at those 15 spots, because we didn't want to reach out until we had a yes. And then so we can say who already went to Unbound Ed, who went to the other ones that we've offered, and be very intentional about it.
And that is all. All right. Well, on that,
Thank you.
you're welcome. And we have Clerk Kirby Gonzalez moves.
I was like, yeah, did we get a motion? I'm sorry.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, and Trustee Wong seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
And I too say aye. All righty. Approval of the out-of-state conference for administrative professional conference, October 27th through 30th in Aurora, Colorado.
Right?
Dr. Burns.
So keep those kind thoughts going. This is a professional growth for our true bosses at the district office, administrative assistants all over the district who want to go. We have 10 who want to go, and they were telling me today why it's going to be a great conference so they can collaborate and grow and learn. And most of these admin assistants wanted to be clear, like, we really don't go to conferences. And I said, okay, boss, I hear you, because they're the true bosses. So we're asking for 10 attendees to go at $20,000, and that's what they ask.
All right, are there any public comments?
We have one public comment request.
All right, thank you.
You can only mess this up. That's all I'm just saying.
I just want to make sure,
Our glasses are the same.
I know. I just want to make sure the 10 admin secretaries are classified
Right.
admin secretaries, not confidential, not anything else.
Excuse me? I'm just-
Okay.
Just say, leave it to Daniel just to mess it up. Like, he had the votes and then he had to start talking and it.
We're so close. We were so close.
Well, I mean, it does say classified professional learning, and then it says administrative secretaries. So let's make sure that we are saying that they are classified administrative secretaries, just to make sure that we got,
Right.
Yep.
It has.
Yep. All right. So are there any comments?
Just the same comment that I made before, is that I will be supporting out-of-state travel since we have more money. And I will move.
All right, any other comments? All right, we have moved by Vice President Pizzotti, second by Trustee Wong. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I too say aye. And the next one, stay there. Approval of out-of-state travel to attend the National Association for the Education of Homeless Children and Youth Conference in Orlando, Florida, from November 16th to 19th, 2024. Dr. Byrne.
Yes. Started combining words. I think my 50-year body is way past that. I don't know if this is a straight build or what. Okay. So on this one, from Maria Munoz, our amazing foster and fit human being, who is truly amazing, YCOE is going to pay the brunt of the cost. We're paying for the flight for her to go and collaborate with her peers and truly get out there and collaborate, because other than collaborating in the county or even with SCOE people or YCOE people or PCOE, this is going to get her out there collaborating and getting the best knowledge we can get, be better.
All right. Well, thank you. Are there any public comments?
No public comments?
Daniel?
Are there any comments from the board? No?
That's not a vote. That'd be a move.
I make a motion to approve.
Motion by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, second by Trustee Wong. All those in favor?
Aye.
I too say aye.
Thank you.
All right, and now approval of renewal of virtual speech therapy. Okay, wait, before we start this one, I want to motion to run past 10 o'clock. Second by Vice President Pizzotti. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I too say aye. All right, now let's go ahead and approval of renewal of virtual speech therapy services with School Steps, Inc., district-wide for 2024-2025 school year.
So good evening, board and cabinet members. So yes, I am up here to request for approval of speech therapy services with School Steps, which we are renewing the contract with School Steps, not necessarily the virtual speech portion of it. The rationale behind this is because, as we know, under IDEA, the district is required to provide related services such as speech for our students to ensure that they have the free and appropriate public education that is outlined in their IEP. The financial impact is $110,000.
Are there any public comments?
No public comments?
Are there any comments from the board?
So I think, as you just mentioned, we've had ongoing recruitment efforts with HR and in posting our job offerings for specifically for speech. We've reached out to local universities, different platforms, but we have not been able to hire our own. So our next line of defense is reaching out to our agencies. So I've actively contacted new and existing agencies to explore all possible avenues for an in-person speech pathologist. However, that just it hasn't come to fruition yet. So unfortunately, we need to look at what other solutions we have, and so virtual speech is an option for now. It's an immediate solution to ensure our students do not experience interruptions into their service, and it also decreases some of the very large caseloads that one of our sites currently has.
I know that this is not an ideal situation. How do you think you might prioritize who attends the virtual speech versus who is able to have their speech teacher? Has there been any thought to that yet? Or
Yeah, so I've been in communication with the site that it would directly impact in regards to how can we split that up. As you know, all of our elementaries are K-8, so we would look at our students who are older, not targeting any of our younger students because that is not necessarily ideal. It's not ideal for many. And so the speech therapists currently that have that caseload are looking to see what students would work for better. Again, not an ideal and not something that we want to continue. It's just an opportunity for us to continue to receive services for our students and decrease the caseload.
And it's my understanding then, which I think you already said it, but just to reiterate that some of the hard to fill positions we're having a hard time filling internally, and also our third-party vendors are having a hard time filling.
Correct, yeah.
And then as I support this moving forward, because we have to serve kids, just that our HR department can make sure to look at these positions to see, are we really in line with neighborhood district, or are they giving big incentives to be able to hire their own? And we need to reevaluate because it isn't ideal, but.
And for historical context, we have done that in the past for this specific position. For the 8 years, I know that we just struggle with this position for various reasons. My daughter had a speech therapist here and it struggled and had a couple of them. So understand, it's just one of those positions. So possible exploration. I know we have to talk to our labor partners about what that is. Open to that solution again because we've explored it in the past.
And with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez and seconded by Trustee Wong. All in favor?
Aye.
I too say aye.
Thank you, and I'm
You're
back. So in.
Yep, back for next one.
So similar to the last item, this current contract that we're bringing forward is for both physical therapy and speech therapy. And so, again, under the IDEA, just ensuring that we have the services that we need. We specifically looked at a new contract agency for the district in hopes that we can have them recruit for an in-person speech pathologist and also a physical therapist. Because again, those are just needs that the district has.
All right. Are there any public comments?
No public comments?
Comments from the board?
Same as last.
Same as last.
Yeah, all the things in special education.
So all those same questions that have been
No,
earlier?
the same statements and a motion to approve.
Okay, all right.
Second.
All right, so, got it. So, wait, who motioned? Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah, okay, whatever.
Sorry, I want to make sure. Motion, Vice President Pizzotti, seconded by Trustee Wong.
No, you can take, I don't.
I tried to make a motion, we didn't know. It's fine. I second your motion.
Okay, second by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. You get that, Mario? All in favor?
Aye.
And I too say aye. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And now on to approval of the renewal of the expanded learning program contract with the City of West Sacramento Kids Zone Club West programs for the 2024 through 2027 academic years. Martina Oguera. Sorry.
Good evening, President Virginia Coffey and Trustee and Dr. Hildreth. I am here with Ryan Carroll, my coordinator for after-school programs, and we are here to present and request approval for the contract for the City of West Sacramento for expanded learning. We have been in partnership with them for a very long time, and so we want to continue with partnership with for them to continue to operate after-school programs and summer intermissions and summer for the 2024-2027 academic years for Elkhorn, Riverbank, Westfield, and Westmore Oaks. The financial impact of this agreement would be a 2.2 kind of million, 2.230 and 743 per year, and will be funded through the after-school program, or ACES, and our ELOP grant.
All right, are there any public comments?
No public comments?
Are there any comments from the board? I have to say that I love Kids Zone and Club West. I have to tell you, as a single mom, it helps me to make sure that I know my kids are safe after school. And my youngest has been going since he was in kindergartner, and he is now graduated to the Club West part, and so he feels like he's one of the cool kids because it's different. It's a whole different type of environment, and I'm gonna miss Kids Zone, but I'm happy for Club West. So I just wanted to put that out there. You guys do a great job. At least that's what I feel over at Riverbank. So very everybody there definitely helps the community there. So thank you. I would like to motion.
I'll second.
And Trustee Wong seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I too say aye. Thank you. And you're still staying there.
We're still staying here. So the other one is present for approval for the contract for the Challenge Island for the expanded learning programs in the Washington Unified. So they would serve all 7 school sites. The Challenge Island offers a unique enrichment program at the forefront of science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, education, and 21st century learning. Their mission is to cultivate, collaborate learning experiences through an engaging curriculum designed to meet the needs of both today's creativity, playful children, and tomorrow's global successful adults. The financial impact would be $100,800 funded strictly by the ELOP funding. So,
all right. Are there any public comments?
No public comment?
Are there any comments from the board? All right. I have a motion.
For being here.
Yes, yes.
I second.
Motion by Trustee Wong, seconded by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
And I too say aye.
And our last one.
Last one.
It's the contract for Expanded Learning Academy, which would provide enrichment to the students in our expanded learning programs, as well as professional development for community-based organizations. Expanded Learning Academy is an ELA program that has been really thoughtfully designed to provide students with a joyful and recreational experience while concurrently fostering their academic growth. The program offers a diverse curriculum that engages students in developmentally appropriate activities, catering to both individual and group participation, enhancing fine and gross motor skills, providing academic support and enrichment, establishing foundations for career paths, and impacting essential character and personal health education. And the financial impact cost would be $143,700 funded by the Expanded Learning and our ACES grant.
All right. Any public comments?
No public comments?
Any comments from the board?
No.
I have a motion by trustee Wong,
Second.
second by clerk Kirby Gonzalez. And all those in favor?
Aye.
And I too say aye. I kind of heard that in my head, but it didn't come out. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so now on to board governance. And Q1, discussion and consideration of recording special board meetings and subcommittee meetings. Dr. Hildreth.
Thank you, President Coffey. This request is coming forward, asking the board to have discussion. There's been some conversations about the practice of recording either special board meetings or recording subcommittee meetings. And this topic arises from a request to consider implementing a recording policy for meetings that were not previously recorded before the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we're asking for your discussion and then direction on if this is something that you would like to move forward. In terms of recording, we want to set a precedent so that if we're going to record one subcommittee meeting or no subcommittee meetings, or if we're going to continue to maintain following the policies that were in place prior to COVID-19, which only required recording regular board meetings.
Thank you. Do I ask for public comment on that one too?
Not yet.
Okay, so discussion first, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, you didn't ask. No public comment.
Okay, no public comments. I would like to add that this was one of my asks or one of my questions for discussion. And one of the reasons is because of the last budget committee meeting that we had at Bright campus. There was a lot of people who couldn't make it. And, you know, it was a good discussion that we were having, and it's just unfortunate that there's no record to show, you know, that collaboration that took place. And it's also with some of these other, you know, special meetings that we have. So my thought was, especially with the budget not subcommittees, but the budget meetings that are going to be happening at, that are going to affect our pretty much our district. I was thinking more of it being for the budget, but it was brought up, perhaps we talk about the other ones as well. And so that is the reason for the discussion.
Yeah. So are you thinking then specifically of like a board study session on the budget?
Well, it was more of the budget committee that we're going to be bringing up, and how it's important that the community was good. Yeah, those sessions that were going to come up because.
So I think, to me, I think that a special board, those are really when you need to dedicate a significant amount of time to a topic that it's really hard to do here, because that was a big, robust meeting with a lot of data that was important. So I can see a meeting like that where it's a study session
on a topic that is important to the community, like budgets, because that had a lot of information valuable, and we dove into it. So something like that makes sense to me. Yeah, but I think capacity would be challenging and things for 2x2, and I don't think it would have the same meaning for something like a board retreat. But I can understand it for a heavy information item like that.
And then like the 2x2 committee, as well as like the county 2x2, those type of committees, we would have to get buy-off from our partners.
Off your part,
Right.
our
So
partners.
that would make it hard to say, yeah, we're going to go ahead and record these or live stream or do whatever. If we're, if we could say, yeah, we'd like to do this, but then we'd have to go get their buy-in as well.
Yeah. So I was,
If you're only talking,
I was
because you
mainly-
said sub,
right, so I was only talking about, my thought process was only those special budget meetings, so that way it would be, because it's us that's facilitating, we're the ones that are having the conversation. Yeah, those were the one, or, with the public, that show up, but those types of meetings. And then it became the questions, well, what about these other ones? So that's where the other, why that was brought up. But my intent was that type of meeting that's so robust, and there is a lot going on, and it's mainly our discussion and our people having that engagement, engaging conversation that is not in this type of forum.
so would you include standing committees like facilities committees and,
So I was thinking,
no, those are standing. A subcommittee would be something aside from that, so, or an ad. So, facilities, finance, policy, those type of things would also be under a committee per se, where it's just our board members. So-
Sorry to interrupt. Can you speak into the microphone, please? Just for the record.
I'm so sorry, Mario.
Just for the, I can hear you, but just for the record.
That's a
Right.
good point.
I was nice and casual.
I know.
So that was just the thought of, it just is still us, but it is only a committee. So I don't know, if you're talking about special board meetings, I would say 100% yes.
okay.
Like on the budget, like a special board
Special
study
board
session.
meeting or study session or whatever, 100% yes, I would say no problem. I'm interested at the idea of, say, a facilities subcommittee meeting or standing committee meeting or a finance committee meeting or, budget committee meeting. If there's still only two people, I'm still open to the idea. I'm just wondering, is that what you meant as well?
Originally, no. That's what I was
Okay.
saying. Like originally, my thought was just the special board meeting that we would like having the study sessions, or maybe not the study session, but my whole thing was with this budget coming up and just having those meetings be recorded so we can reference of, okay, when we had this discussion and we were talking about this particular situation or this particular program or whatever, we were able to go back and, oh yeah, I remember having that conversation or having it as a reference. And also for our community members to know if they see a program or something, they can also weigh in if they couldn't be there at that time.
So what's your preference for, so it's just a special is what you
That's what my original ask was.
Did it morph into something else?
No, it was just more,
Okay.
do we want to include, like, now it's like, wait, do we want to include others? And that's where the discussion is, do you all want to do that as well? Because my ask was mainly for
the big ones.
the big ones that are going to impact.
So I
At
want
that
to ask two separate things.
Okay.
Recording only or recording and live streaming?
I was thinking recording.
Just for clarifying, those are two different
Logistically
things.
hard.
The live stream just seems hard.
Yeah,
but-
I just, for discussion, I just think we just need to clarify, it's just
Yeah.
recording only.
Because, I mean, it's hard getting, I was going to say one of us online.
Okay, so,
You know.
so what if we just say, for only items that deal with budget studies? Because there's a lot of there's a lot of special board meetings that we've had over the years that have covered more than just budgetary items. So we've had study sessions on other items. So what if we just say we limit it, for starters, to budget?
To a full board, not budget subcommittee,
No,
to a
just
full board study session.
full board. So we'll do it as a one-off right now, as whenever we start having budget study sessions, that include the full board.
Okay.
And it would be a special session or special budget studies, whatever you want to call it. But it's all of us, right?
But
Would
but
that
I would say we
also-
also do think facilities that isn't budget related per se. I think all specials make sense.
Well, would that also include the
I don't
the
know what
sessions
specials we
that
wouldn't want.
we are having at, or not having at, but that we are trying to do for the budget with, so it wouldn't include that?
And I think, to me, as long as I think it's important to, I'm okay with this, but the only time I would be hesitant, and I don't think that this is what you're talking about, is if it's a board retreat. It's still open to the public. Anyone from the public can come. But those are very different conversations. It's not about educating the public on a topic. It's about board governance and figuring out how to work together. So that's different. But I think if it's an information item with the full board, that is a
Yes, I would agree. Information item that is where we are all there to discuss a topic is what I am asking. But
You have clarity?
Claire, you look, yes.
Yes. To make sure I'm clear, is the discussion to have like study sessions or special board meetings related to budget? Like, is that where
start
we're
there?
starting with budget? And then if we want to add more, we can
Yeah,
come
how
back,
about we try
or?
budgets, because since that's right now is where our community is
I'm okay
is
with
also.
your, I mean, like Sarah, I'm okay with your original minus the retreat, like the governance. Like, I'm like Sarah, like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm not going to be there in a while, but the governance
You're
is
gonna want to
more.
watch.
Right.
You're gonna
Yeah, I'll be there watching. Hey,
Yeah,
how much?
I mean, it's-
No, the governance is more intimate between, it's a conversation between the board members and the superintendent generally.
Okay.
We rarely have people show up to that, but
They can.
they can, right? But it is more intimate for sure in terms of conversation. And from that aspect, I would think it would be better to have freer discussions and have it broadcast out there.
Right.
Whereas on a budget meeting, I think that's certainly appropriate. I think
Right.
that's certainly appropriate. Certainly appropriate for the community to be able to watch and understand what the consideration.
Okay. So with that clarification, when it's an information item, full board, special, that is when we would like to have it recorded.
Starting with budget.
Starting with-
Starting with all of, it doesn't matter. Like, I think it just, we're fine with your original request, just minus the governance stuff. That's what we're saying. We're fine with your
I'm okay
original
with any
request.
board.
So can we start with budget first and then we move then we add? Yeah.
Got it.
Is that good?
Sure. We're saying yes to what
Okay,
you're
so yes,
saying.
so
We're
there's
saying
support.
whatever you
Thank
want.
you. There you go.
We're like-
Yes.
And I think it's important to call out that it's the special board meeting or special study session, because obviously if there's an emergency board meeting, which we have bylaws on, and that means, an earthquake or something, that those are not, the expectation is that an emergency meeting would not be reported. Those
Yeah.
are quick, but this is a information session.
Got it. All right. And now on to Q2.
All right, the second item is our second read that was coming back from our last meeting with the change in board policy regarding the superintendent's contract, which was changed to say that the superintendent could not be terminated within 30 days of the first board meeting following an election in which new members are elected or recalled. And then the board recommended revising this provision to 90 days following an election. And because it was an amendment, it is now back for a second read and approval.
All right. Are there any public comments?
No public comments?
And Any comments from the board? No?
I move.
All right, moved by Vice President Pizzotti,
I second.
second by Trustee Wong, and all those in favor?
Aye.
I too say aye. All righty. Moving on to our board and superintendent comments, starting with Dr. Hildreth.
Thank you, and just want to highlight a couple of things, looking at time that, but I want to remind everyone that it's Attendance Awareness Month. And so we can't emphasize enough the importance of consistent, excellent attendance for our students. And the district has experienced some phenomenal shifts in recent years in addressing chronic absenteeism. And we're determined to continue prioritizing attendance each month as a critical catalyst for our students' long-term success. So we know each day in class is an opportunity for growth and learning. So we're asking all of our parents and families to assist us with getting our students to school on time every day. And we'll make sure that they are engaged in getting great learning while they are in class. The second item I want to just highlight is that September 15th marks the beginning of National Hispanic Heritage Month, which holds special significance for us in Washington Unified. Nearly 46% of our student population identifies as Hispanic or Latinx, and this diversity enriches our school community immensely. So we look forward to celebrating the contributions, culture, and achievement of our Hispanic and Latinx students, families, and staff throughout the month, starting next week. I'd like to express our thanks to the district staff and Yolo County teams responsible for planning and hosting the September 4th back-to-school vaccine clinic that we had at the district office. And we really appreciate the support as we focus on the health and well-being of our community. And then lastly, over the past couple of weeks, I've had the joy of visiting campuses and schools district-wide. It's been wonderful to see our schools back in the swing of things and to witness our students thriving. There's been energy and enthusiasm. I've observed students in classrooms and on the playgrounds, and it's a testament to the hard work of our staff and the resilience of our students. I've been able to go into our cafeteria, make sure we're thanking all of the staff who are feeding our kids so that they can focus while they are in the classroom, able to, have a conversation with one of our health aides and just ask, what are the needs of our students, and acknowledging that sometimes students just need a break to go to a place and feel like I just wanted somebody to talk to for 10 minutes and then go back to class. And that's what's happening with our health aides. Shouting out to our transportation team, because there have been some real challenges in having the ability to get all of our students where they need to be in order for them to not only be where they need to be for school, but after school sports. And we know that there's been some challenges and they're working through that, and thanking all of our parents and students for their patience and understanding as we go through this process. And we are looking into some other solutions to support transportation, to make sure that even though we have some challenges, that the less impact we can have on students is the goal. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And Trustee Wong.
Thank you to everybody who made back to school night special for all the families, especially the new parents who are super nervous all the time with their littles coming to K-12 or TK-12 or preschool to 12 education. I'm going to keep it short. Thank you for mentioning the travel from Bright Campus to River City, because that's real. After we saw a beautiful display of our after-school programming and whatnot, that we want to encourage those types of enrichment programs. And I think there was some, needs some clarity around VIA if they are paying for VIA, I mean, I don't know if it's a 2x2 conversation with the city about whether or not we can cover or contract them for services so that they're not paying. I know that we're short staffed on bus drivers. However, there is alternative VIA that is on demand that I think would be helpful for our students. You have multiple students in a car. If we can cover that for families, I think that would be helpful. I also know that was something that people were thinking about for Yolo High School too, that some kids were doing Yolo High School things too. So just a conversation at the 2x2 would be helpful to meet the needs of our students, because it's a concern. If we want to support enrichment programs, we probably should make sure they get there on time. So, yep. That's it for me.
Thank you. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. Yes, back to school night. Dr. Hildreth crashed the party in my daughter's classroom. It was fun to see her, and I appreciated her being out at all of our schools as well. And after that long day, putting together presentations for families, and I think the back to school night is such an opportunity to connect with our families. And it was great seeing so many families out, and I deeply, deeply appreciate that time. I also wanted to speak that I went by Washington Middle College yesterday, and I was told that they are having an award with YOLO Excellence in Education on September 30th. And I don't know if we got that invitation, so I want to alert us that we can maybe look into that and then give out some information on this. Okay. And then I want to remind us all, whether we're family members who are bringing our kids to school, for volunteering in a classroom, administrators, teachers, and students, that there's some non-negotiables on our campus. And outside of Washington Unified, I've been on campuses where there have been racial slurs that have not been addressed by staff or by community or by others, and they're pervasive. And I just want to charge us all that, in our community too, hearing this, is these are non-negotiable. We do not want our schools to be a place, and we have very clear policy on anti-bullying where racial slurs are used. And so if you hear something, say something. That's not okay. We don't talk like that here. Not appropriate. And I hope that we can have some more conversations maybe with our community, our families, and as well as maybe bringing our districts together on this to really work on how we support our kids outside the classroom too, when they're on the playground, when they're moving from class to class, because every single space needs to be a place where people feel, as we heard loud and clear tonight, it's not just physical safety, it's emotional safety too. And then the other piece I wanted to bring up is we can make hard decisions sometimes together, and I respect every one of my board members and who I have the honor of serving with. And when we leave this space, especially now with social media and all the things going on in Heightened, that we're just really thoughtful about what we say and what we post about one another, about board colleagues. We've done a lot of training on board governance. Our community watches us. The way that we interact is important. The way we talk about one another is important, and on social media, that's important as well. And so just a call to action for all of us as we continue our respectful interactions outside the boardroom as well. And that's it for me.
All right, thank you, Vice President Ari.
Yeah, also I wanted to comment about how wonderful back to school night was, except for it was glaringly hot, like sweat beating down my face. And it was kind of interesting because I was sitting in there listening to my daughter's 7th grade teachers speak, and I turn around and I look behind me for some reason, and I look up, oh, hey, Dr. Hildreth just happened to pop into the classroom and sat there and listened to the whole spiel before she had to move on to visit other sites and other things. But it was very nice to see you out and about and actually hitting every single spot that you could get your possible, one person self to, while, you have yourself being pulled in different directions and wanting to make as many appearances as possible. But so I wanted to say thank you. And, so I also wanted to say thank you to everybody who, made their comments either one way or the other. I know it's an emotionally charged issue, And everybody has personal feelings one way or the other, and I completely respect that. And I'm just, here representing what I believe to be a strong point of view from myself and members of our community. And I'm glad that, we have the opportunity now to have a discussion moving forward. That really we've had discussions about and discussions about and discussions about. And I just wanted to say that it's, always been just discussion, hasn't been any further action. And so now we have the ability to say, we're serious, we're moving forward, we have action, and we're going to continue to do that. Unfortunately, I'll be standing on the sidelines as an observer, but at least I can now come up to the podium and make public comment. So with that, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's here late at night. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much. I get nostalgic as I look back as my previous 9 years on this board, and I think more and more about how big a part of it it's played in my life and my family's life, and the time commitment that they've had to make in order for me to be here doing what I'm doing. And so I just want to say thank you to them as well. And so I know I can be a real big pain in the ass to a lot of our staff. I'm sorry. I have my beliefs, and I respect everybody for having there. And there are things that we will all just agree to disagree. And I hope that moving forward, that it's not a hard feeling. It's just a belief, and it's how you view them, how you hold them. So, with that, thank you. Good night.
All right, so there was so much. First, VIA, if you didn't know, there was an app change. So it used to be just VIA, and now it's VIA West SAC. So, and the only reason why I say that is because so many of my kids or people that I know, youth, were like, what's going on? We're out of the out of the area. So they thought it was discontinued, but yet they see VIA, so it wasn't making any connection. So the app changed via WESAC. So I don't know, can we send that out in a communication to help? Yes, that's gonna happen. All right. Back to school night at Riverbank. It was amazing. The teachers, seeing some of my fellow parents, because that's all we were, going around doing a scavenger hunt at Riverbank and then at River City. Thank you guys so much. And the reason I say that is because it is hard. It is hard to go to one back to school night at one school, and then if you have kids in different classroom or different schools, but when it's the high schools on one night and the elementary schools on another night, it makes it so much easier. And I can't say thank you enough, because that was rough. So anywho, let's see, what else do I got going on? Back to school night, Hispanic Heritage Month coming up. I'm looking so forward to some of the festivities and celebrations. And I'm thinking we're gonna be having our students rep soon, I'm hoping. Yay, okay, all right, I'm looking forward to that as well. Okay, well, it's coming, it's happening. Another thing that I'm really excited about, our flag football, that first year happening to our Lady Raiders. They just had their first game, and yes, they kicked Butte. I would hope, and I'm hoping that we can invite them when either their season is over or maybe before it, I don't know, just so we can thank them for being, I don't want to say trendsetters, but like paving the way. And if they didn't know, LA 28 is going to have flag football at the Olympics. So ladies, get ready, because I'm really excited about that too. As it was mentioned today, you know, Riverbank is definitely a school of many different cultures, and whatever we need to do to look into like a secretary, a bilingual secretary, I don't know what it is and what it takes, but if we can at least look into that, I would appreciate it. It was also mentioned in regards to the subcommittee meetings, if we know them ahead of time, let's put them out there. And so that way we can make sure our public know when they're happening. And if we know them months in advance, like already know October 3rd is the facility subcommittee meeting, so on and so forth, and let's just lay it out. Let's see. Also was brought up class sizes and the overflow process. Can we discuss that? Like, what is that per se, and what can it look like for the future years? And was also talked about what do we need to do regarding redrawing the maps, the lines. This is me not knowing what has been done. You're already gone.
That's what I'm saying. So that's a you problem.
I was like, you's gone. But let's see and talk about what that looks like. What do we have to do, if anything, which I know it's got to be something. I just don't know. We got to help the South because I think that's where the majority of it is. So let's do that. And the last thing that I have to say today, and I know she's not up, but I gotta tell my baby girl happy birthday. And it is she better not be up anyway. So mijita, happy birthday. I am so proud to be your mama. And you just make me do the things that I do. So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Olivia. Happy birthday to you. And on that note, I have nothing else. Alrighty, so for the next thing, future board agenda items. And I thought I had something. Well, our next regular board meeting is on September 26th. I don't know why, I lost my page. This facilities is.
It's right here, mine's all written.
Why
You
is
can
I
read
can't
those through.
find it? Yeah. Special board meeting on district office facilities is on September 21st. The next regular board meeting is on September 26th, and we will also be discussing the cell phone policy September 26th. All right.
I have some.
Anything else?
I have some.
Huh? Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I know.
okay, so should we put that on for this next one? And then can we add that to the next one, and then you will have the draft for us? Thank you.
Maybe the one that I dropped.
Can I?
Okay, sounds like a plan. Yes.
And then I had made it in comments earlier, I realized, and it was woven into something not for future board agenda item, and maybe everyone's in support, that's great, but I think it's worth a conversation, is for future board agenda items, CSBA. I do think it's worth a conversation in terms of, as a governing board, going to CSBA and bringing somebody in from CSBA as well in like January so we can do governance work. Do we think we should do both? Do we think one is stronger? But I do know we're going to have a new governance team, and it's going to be really important to really have those conversations. So our budget looks a little different now than it did before when I was really wanting to have this conversation especially, but I think it's still worth having. So maybe we can get things set up for having a special governance.
Okay.
And then my other one was, does not go on future board agenda items in this way, but for staff that reporting back at conferences, if that could maybe be at the end of the year, at some point this year, some of the great conferences that have happened, if we can have some reporting out on those. And then you brought up 2x2 at with VIA conversation. I know, but I feel like if we say it here, it's helpful. We just call it out. Oh, and I do have also, I know that there's work happening in our district on the land acknowledgement, and I'm going to pass this on as that comes back to us. Folsom Cordova put together a nice one that included pronunciation, and it was really helpful.
Okay. So I'm gonna piggyback off of that when we want, you know, the like the full item. Can we make it December? Have that for like kind of like or pretty much all of the trainings and everybody's going to, can we have it in December? Because that is after this one, November 16th, and, you know, in October, yeah. So all of those should have already happened. They should have already received it, so we can.
That meeting very, very long, the training somewhere else. But y'all, if you want to.
I'm just.
No, make a quick video where everybody talks. for
Like
30
a little,
seconds,
you
the
know, like,
summer program.
yeah, like the summer program.
Condensed.
It'd be an information.
Condensed celebration.
Or celebration, yeah.
Celebration.
Yeah, let's make it something,
Got a lot of things here.
I know, I'd like to know what it is that they're going to.
Spending money on it.
Right, I'd like to know. All right. Well, on that note, I think that's it. Enjoy. Adjourn.